once again, we're gonna do another round of work on the client project. I think I pretty much got the go-ahead to continue working on it, so I'm going to try to speed through as much of the sprite creation process as I can get away with. I think I'm gonna do maybe, while I'm on the stream, maybe 2 hours worth of work, and we'll take a break, and we'll do pretty much as I can get done today offline, because this is just one of those processes. I mean, I might stream it if the time kind of, if you know, depending on what goes on throughout the day today, you know. Let's see what this says. Says I have a comment from one of my other videos from 6 days ago. Sí, eso he escuchado malos comentarios de las 5, pues hay que esperar fueras actualizaciones que ver qué pasa, o la mejoran o la empeoran. Definitely. Basically, this is from a comment thread related to what version of Cartoon Animator I'm using. I'm using all the versions of starting from version 2, and depending on what I'm doing, I tend to use the most appropriate one. But for development that's gonna go on out for other people to use, I tend to work with the earliest possible model that supports everything, and usually that implies Cartoon Animator 3 or Crazy Talk Animator 3. But you know, Cartoon Animator 4, I don't think that many people are using version 3 anymore, but Cartoon Animator 4 is the last version that really supports pretty much all the G2 features available. So for development purposes, I'm definitely gonna be using version 4.5. Version 5 is pretty much fucking broken. All right, it is broken. A lot of the features still work, but for some reason the G2 characters by default are no longer showing up in your panels. A lot of the motions that come with the software are no longer geared for G2 characters. The documentation is getting buried. Even though it still supports the development of G2 characters to 99.9% of the way there, you don't get access to the G2 templates, you know, that people need, and the documentation in order to build these. So either you already know what you're doing, or you're pretty much fucked. The other thing with why I'm not using G5 is because they completely butchered it. You know, they implemented this SVG workflow for G3 characters, which are single-sided, you know, one-dimensional characters that can't turn around without a huge degree of help. You have to build them in Adobe Illustrator and then convert them to the EPS format before you can bring them in. And of course the SVG workflow, which is pathetic. They implemented this coloring feature to vector group the coloring, and it works fucking amazingly. It works great for that workflow, but in doing so, they lobotomized the vector grouping tool for G2 characters. So you can still create G2 characters in Cartoon Animator 5, but you cannot make use of the vector grouping tool, which is essential for creating characters and props that are going to be able to change colors and update their colors and stuff. So if you want to do that, you have no option but to use Cartoon Animator 4 or 4.5 or any version below. Anything you create in versions below version 5 will still work on version 5. So even though, you know, version 5 doesn't support the vector grouping tool, it still supports the style the render styles feature, so you can still change the colors around. You just can't actually develop the changing of the colors within the system. So you can still use it as far as changing the character's colors, but you can't create the ability to change those colors. Hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, and that's a Spanish conversation. So in case you guys don't know, yo hablo perfectamente el español. Es mi idioma principal, aunque he vivido en los Estados Unidos por más de 30 años. He perdido mi acento original. Yo soy originalmente de Honduras. Also, Wei Shua, Putong Kwang. So, I also speak Chinese a little bit. Bu Hui Wo Shura EDR Putong Kwang. So yeah, I speak it a little bit. I probably just told somebody to go fuck themselves, not wanting. I without meaning something else. But yeah, I try. I figured at some point, China's gonna be the next superpower, and most of my clients at some point were Chinese, so I figured I'd give it a shot. I know enough to be a danger to myself and others. I can't read it though, so if you guys ever post any comments in Chinese or whatever, I won't be able to tell what it is without some kind of translation thing. But if you spell it out phonetically, I can respond to you. That would be fun. Just reading some of my comments that are coming in from other videos. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I might not be talking through this whole thing because ultimately this is not some tutorial video. You guys know that. I'm just gonna sit here and work. I may or may not look up at the chat from time to time. So if anybody pops in, just kind of be patient. I'll try to respond to comments and all those things, your messages, as I see them. But it's not, it's not an active stream where I'm streaming for an audience. I'm just kind of gonna be working. And okay, let me see, checking if my microphone is working. I'm gonna turn off desktop audio just in case somebody decides to come in or I decide to pull up a video and stuff. I don't want that coming across. I think the music is all right. So yeah, I'm gonna stop talking for now. And oh yeah, well, the update on the character. I'm just gonna continue working on this character. They actually liked that little flap thing. They just, excuse me, I'm getting hiccups here. So I'm gonna be putting that back in there. So let me go ahead and just take care of that. Basically, they just wanted it to be shorter. And yeah, the client does want to come in here and watch the stream live, so he might be in here at some point today. One of the things about working with clients, though, I don't and this is one of the things here. Like I made absolutely sure that I had approval on the front angle stuff. Never put yourself in a situation where you're going to be working in front of a client. At least the reason being that people who are paying you to do a job are going to expect to micromanage your process, your progress, and that is one way to severely waste a lot of time and get frustrated and stuff like that. I learned that very early on. So with the front angle pretty much agreed upon, it's been greenlit. I'm gonna start working, and the rest of the sprites are pretty much gonna match the style and the design of the character. So in good faith, I'm gonna produce what we have agreed on up to this point. So we're not gonna get into a situation where, you know, as I start working, move this line that way, change this color to that, and can you adjust this? That's never gonna happen. And I suggest you guys never do that as well. But I do stream my stuff publicly from time to time, and I'm perfectly fine with him coming in here. He's a long time follower of the channel. He reviews this. I appreciate his feedback, and hopefully we'll have a good time, you know, chatting about the project. But just know that it's not gonna be one of those things where, you know, because somebody is a client, they're gonna get into a micromanagement thing where I become just the software, you know, and you know, somebody just dictates what's going on, and you move the line, and then you change the color, and it's never gonna work. I've done it when I was first starting out, and that's the reason why I don't do that. So yeah, the character has been agreed upon. It's been greenlit, and the little flappy thing, I did anticipate that. So before I sent him the revised model, I did make sure I saved a layer with the original turbine, just shrunken down. So we're just gonna switch back to that, and you know, we're back to that original version with just smaller. It works. That's the one that they like, which is a great thing. Let's see what else we got going on. I'm gonna get rid of this shading. All right, so yeah, now we're cooking with gas. They had already greenlit the body of this character, but I went ahead and added the necklace. I thought it looked cool. They haven't mentioned it, so I'm assuming that's all good to go. And even if it's not, it's a very easy prop. So that's one of those things that I am definitely open to suggestions and modifications as we work along, as long as they're reasonable and it's not going to require rebuilding of props and things that have already been done, because I don't want to get in a situation where I have already done 30 versions of a single sprite, and then, you know, hey, can you make the lip thinner, or can you make the mustache, you know, thicker, fluffier, or whatever. You know, we can't do that. Hey, Surfersation, how's it going? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Have you had your coffee yet? So yeah, so good thing is this part is approved. There is a bug that I ran across, of course. So the way I worked around that is I went ahead and just made the prop as a single solid prop with the cel shaded hair. The problem is that when we get around to creating the colors, the color changing system, we're gonna be stuck with a gray beard. They'll still be able to change the color of the lip and the skin, but not the gray beard, because I'm not gonna do a second color group for the shading. I'm trying to keep that as optimized as possible. So yeah, and you know, in our reality, the client didn't really ask for the ability to change the colors. It's just something that I like to go a little bit above and beyond and make it so that, you know, later on you might run into a situation where, you know, he does want the skin to be darker. He does want the eyes to be green or yellow or whatever, and you know, it won't require somebody to go in there and change the template and all that, go through all that process again. At that point, it's just a simple matter of, you know, wiggling a slider, and the thing will get done. So, all right, I talked too damn much. I'm gonna go ahead and get started here. I may or may not narrate what I'm doing, but you know, feel free to chat me up and ask questions and stuff if you have any questions about what I'm doing right now. Let's see here. So I'm gonna work on the mouth sprites, and these were the original suggested mouth sprites that I submitted. And I agree with the client. You know, the mouth was definitely way over expressive. These are the Mojo character's mouth, and he is a very highly animated character. I added the beard. He suggested that I make the beard fluffier and stuff, and yeah, it looks great. It looks better. So we're gonna be doing that, and in order to do that, I'm gonna turn on my I'm going to create some blank keyframes for one. And then I'm going to turn on my onion skinning tool so I can see the previous frame. And that way, and I'm not going to try to cheat by moving certain things around. I'm just going to go ahead and draw each piece independently. It's really not that big of a process, especially if you already have a guide to work off of. So using Puppet Producer, I can kind of look at the list of items to make for the mouth. So I know that number 2 on frame 2, it's going to be the droop lower lip. So that's kind of like a pouting gesture. So kind of drooping, slightly opened mouth, like eh. So I'm gonna be working on that. Let's get a sample of the outline. Oh, the keyboard is not working. Okay. I'm gonna grab a sample first of the outline color that I'm using, so I can keep everything nice and consistent. I'm gonna bring it in here into Toon Titan, and I'm gonna put it on the first slot of the color palette. And I'm also going to sample the skin, because I might need to work with the skin. Bring it in, put it on the second slot. Then I'm going to sample the lip, because it looks like I'm gonna be working on the mouth. So I'm gonna bring in that lip. That's a little too close to home. I'm gonna put it down here. Or did I not bring it in? Yeah, I didn't bring it in. That's why it doesn't look close. Okay, so that makes more sense. I may need that beard as well as its shading. So I'm going to bring in the beard. And I don't remember if I did anything special to the beard shading, but it already comes with shading, so I'm gonna leave it at that and not move the settings. What else might I need to work with? I think those are the only 4 color styles that I'll need. So, okay. And I know I usually take longer when I'm talking and narrating and stuff, but at some point I will stop. But the only reason I'm narrating right now is because it's just new information, and some people might benefit from it. So I'm gonna use Toon Titan to switch to my thing here. And let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty much ready to start. So droop lower lip. You know what? I'm gonna do this as a. I think I should do it as a draft. Should I just go ahead and try to do straight on? No, you know, I'm gonna give it a shot with a straight on drawing. I have an idea of what this should look like. And these characters' facial expressions should be nice and subtle. They're not very extreme, so by drooping the mouth, we're only drooping it slightly. Okay. So the next thing, gotta make sure I'm drawing at the right scale. It's good enough. So when it comes to mouths, one of the things that you got to keep in mind is you don't just open a mouth, you know, like move the teeth up and the upper teeth up and the lower teeth down. If you look at your own skull, the upper teeth are stuck to your skull. So unless you move your head, those teeth are not going to go anywhere. So the upper part of your mouth should always 100% be at the same exact spot. The only thing that moves is the jaw. The jaw on that's connected to your skull goes up and down. So whenever you do mouth actions, expressions, and things like that, you're always gonna get better results by only moving the jaw. It's something that it's gonna be more consistent with the way that our mind perceives this type of motion. So although I am going to slightly move the beard itself up because there's muscles that push up, I am not going to move the upper lip. So I know some people's would try to take a shortcut by just copying and pasting and just kind of moving things around, and I do that every now and then. But ideally, you don't want to do that. It's really not that difficult of a process. You just redraw certain things. You'll get better results that way too. It's more unique. And notice how, if we zoom in, how janky all these outlines look. Very terrible line work, and it's very unnecessary to have this. A lot of people would be tempted to just leave it like that because it looks great from far away, you know? Like if we zoom out, you know, it looks fine. You can barely tell. It has character too, almost a hand-drawn feel. But this stuff is the kind of stuff that's gonna bog down the user's computer when they get around to actually animating with this character. And if they're going to have more than one character or other props, their complexity is going to add up to the character's complexity. So you're going to end up, if you look at this, all these points are mathematical calculations that have to be done by the processor at a rate of at least 24 frames per second, which is the standard now for animation stuff. But some people animate at 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. So every frame, because it's vector, all of these points have to be recalculated, and that can add some serious strain on a system's processor. So I'm gonna do a optimization step real quick. This is from the automated optimization. See, that breaks it. That's too much. So I'm just gonna go as low as I can go without breaking it. Apparently I can't. So I'm gonna try a different approach. I'm gonna do a smooth modifier. I'm gonna select everything and just smoothen it once. What the heck? Alright, select everything. I'll smoothen it one time. And now that it's smoothened, I'll go to shape, optimized. Okay. See that optimization is gonna break it up there a little bit. Let's see if what it looks like at 6. It still wants to break it. All right, we'll deal with the break. Let's see what 10 looks like. 10 is way too much. So we'll go with 2. We'll hit OK. And we'll just manually fix this little piece right there. Okay. So if you ever buy any of my G2 character design templates, this is a good video to look at for how I go about modifying these templates. The one that I'm using in this video is the Mojo template, M1. I usually name my templates based on like the first letter of the character that I designed them with. So the B1 template and the B2 template are for Billy, and Billy 1.0 and Billy 2.0. The K1 is Kevin, but because it's a template, I try not to give it like the Kevin name, because ultimately you're gonna end up with a different character. So I just use the first letter. So that's where that comes from. What I'm doing right now is I'm just getting rid of all these little like janky points, because sometimes Cartoon Animator itself also tends to break apart when it has like complex little like nooks. Like if we go into this line right here, oops, I'm trying to zoom in. If you look at this outline, you got these points here, and they're like little indents. Really weird, sometimes it can throw off Cartoon Animator, and you can just select the points too, by the way, and just delete them individually. Like this point here, it doesn't matter, so you can actually do some cleanup yourself by deleting unnecessary points. I mean, that's a little too finicky though. This used to matter more back in the day when Flash was the Flash plugin itself was a thing, and people were watching these type of things online as a replacement for the traditional GIF image or whatever, or they wanted to show entire films using Flash. So you had to optimize as much as possible, because not everybody had broadband. So you had to also ensure that you had like very easy to render, low file sizes. So all this stuff contributes to the file size and to the ability to render in real time. So all right, this right here, this is an opening. This is gonna prevent me from doing stuff like painting it. Boom, boom, boom. See, because it's opening, the little paint bucket won't go through there. So I'm just gonna close the gap. And of course it's got in Spanish we call it mi pulso maraquero. I don't know how you would translate that to English. Well, you guys know what maracas are, right? These little things that you shake and they make that sound. So a pulso is is the way you hold something, an object. So it kind of translates to something like a maraca-ish grip. My maraca grip. It's not as funny in English. I guess it loses the humor in translation. So I'm just optimizing these little things so they look a little bit more. And this is not, obviously the graphic is already optimized as is, This is just something that I like to do for my own aesthetic thing. I like those little tapered edges to be like nice and pointy. But from a technical standpoint, what I have now looks fine from far away, and it works fine as far as running in real time. But it's cleaner though, you know. If I wanted to save time, I could just leave it as is. Alright, so yeah, I'm pretty much happy with that outline, and yeah, normally I would just kind of zoom past this and just get it over with. So earlier I did sample the colors, so I'm gonna click there, hit the K thing on my keyboard to enable the paint bucket. Then I'm gonna select that one, paint the skin with that, paint the lip, and now I'm presented with a new option for a color, and this is for the inside of the mouth. I don't know, let me see here, how far at 100%, how important is it that I draw a tongue back there and make it highly detailed? It's just gonna look like a mess. So we're just not gonna do that. We're gonna bring in that lip color, and we're just gonna make it slightly darker than the shading. I'm gonna bring it back inside and make it into the base color. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I have to click there. I'm forgetting how to use my own damn tools. Okay, that needs to be a little darker. Nice. We're gonna make the outline a little darker just in case we need to use an outline. And yeah, we're gonna stick with that style for the inside of the mouth for now. We'll see how it looks. So we're gonna save it in the palette. And you know, while I'm at it, you guys might see me working with this, and if you guys are not familiar, Toon Titan is a little coloring program that I developed like well over 10 years ago. It became an industry standard. Almost anybody who is doing flash animation uses this, you know. Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney, they all you know, purchased my tool and colored a lot of their cartoons using this, the cartoons that were being done in Flash. Club Penguin, the website, I don't think that website is on anymore, but it was a children's website. Club Penguin, every single asset, everything that was on that website was colored using this tool. And it just gives Flash like a superpower, you know. Like right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna manage my colors. I'm gonna remove all of this, and I'm just gonna start a new palette. And this is a feature that Flash doesn't have. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna hit the save button. I'm gonna give it a name. So the character is Guru. The object is outlines. Hit save. I'm gonna take the skin, save it. Guru, object is skin. Then I'm gonna go with this one, save it. Character is Guru. The object is lips. Two more. Load up this one, save it. This is a feature you're not gonna see anywhere else. NASA uses this tool. I was like shocked when I saw NASA as one of my clients, you know, putting in orders for this tool. What are some projects? Let's see, that I remember right now off the top of my head. Foster's Homes for Imaginary Friends. I think it was on Cartoon Network. That was colored using Toon Titan. Guru. This is the beard, hair. We'll call it hair. Try to keep the words as easy, as short as possible. Save. In this one, we'll call this the mouth interior. So what I've done right now is I have saved each color based on body part and the character that it belongs to. So I can literally have the color styles for an entire series of characters just saved here and available at any time. If I close Flash, you know, or whatever, I am always able to go back in here and bring back the colors that I need. So in case my program crashes or something happens, I don't want to have to redo the part where I'm like resampling the colors. I just want to bring them back in. So I could just come in here, you know, the Guru lips. I've got it selected, then I just switch back and that becomes the selected color and I can continue working with that. So big time saver. So let's take a look at this guy from far away. Yeah, looks fine. And I just glanced at the reference model. The reference has the lip going all the way up. So maybe I should do that with this guy. Let me go ahead and make that fix real quick. I'll make that adjustment. It's no big deal. So we're gonna select this guy here. Let's see, making sure the brush tool goes all the way up. I'm gonna turn on. Oh, smoothing is already high. So something is kind of. I think it is because like what I'm noticing here is like when I draw something, you see how it gets all jaggedy. This might have also to do with my view snapping option. Snap to guides, snap align, snap to objects, snap to bitmaps to pixels. No, I don't have it turned on, the snap to objects or snap to pixels. So this is probably just Flash doing Flash bullshit. So no, it's not because of that, but sometimes it's because of that. So let's see what my grid looks like. 10 pixels by 10 pixels. Let's do 64 by 64. We don't want it to snap to grid, at least not for this project. Show over objects. That's kind of nifty. I don't need it for this one, but it's good to know that it's there. Alright, so I guess I'm just gonna go back to my thing. Just gonna add that little lip edge there. Add the little lip edge there. Just manually deleting these points, unnecessary points. That's how OCD I am. I don't like it. It's completely unnecessary. The client would never notice this or would not know about it, you know. But I know about it. And it would drive me nuts to know that it's there. So I'm cleaning it up, even though it's gonna take time away from the completion process. And I mean, when you're working on something, what you're charging for a product also has to be evaluated against the amount of time it's going to take you to do it. If in the end you can evaluate the time that you spent on it against time that you would have been maybe working at McDonald's at minimum wage. And if you ended up taking longer on your project and made less money than that, then it probably wasn't worth it. You shouldn't be doing it. So that's just kind of one of the ways that I kind of evaluate the work. Kind of fucked up though. Huh? It's got to be done though, you know, because you can't just be working on stuff just because you want to be artsy fartsy, you know. I don't consider myself an artist, you know. When I do stuff like this, it's a commercial art. It's a product, you know. You can't be you gotta leave your artistic ego out the door. Let's see here. Oopsies. So if anything, I'm a craftsman. I'm not necessarily an artist. You can call me a craftsman. You can call me a laborer, a generalist. Definitely not an artist. Okay. I kind of don't like that, but that is part of how the reference image was drawn, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. I have a feeling that there's a reason the client likes that image, that reference, so I'm just gonna go with that, and hopefully he won't change his mind. Ibis, you definitely have to change it. It's absolutely not a thing. Like, damn. Okay, well that's good enough. It looks a little bit weird to me from a visual standpoint, but I mean I can see it working fine. So this is just the character drooping lip. It's a frame that gets shown for like a couple frames at a time, so it works in the context of whatever animation is going to be going on. Look, you can kind of get an idea there. Or I can do this. There you go. Alright, let's work on the third one. And I'm gonna try to not speak so much this time. I'm just gonna go ahead and get the job done. But yeah, any questions, just kind of post them away, and if I happen to look up, I will happily respond to them. Onion skin. I'm just gonna do one frame back. And the next frame is raise lip edges. So this is more of a smile. And this is a smile, but it's based off of the neutral pose. So what I'm gonna do, I just realized this, I'm gonna bring a copy of this neutral pose at the bottom. So I can see what that looked like. I'm gonna turn off the onion skin tool. I'm gonna do the opacity thing. There we go. So now I have a reference of the first frame. That way I know what my neutral thing is. So I'm gonna use this one as my reference for the smile. And I think I'm gonna have to do like a draft layer just to get this right. So he's gonna raise lip edges. So he's gonna do this. Of course, once he does that, that's gonna push this line, this line up like this. You gotta keep that volume consistent. And of course the client wants this to be more subtle, so we're not gonna go too high up. And okay. So raising the lips. So it has to flow like that. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do it like this. Special effects, sound effects make everything better. And I am seeing a pattern here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna focus on the mustache, and I might be able to reuse the same beard prop for the bottom part. So that's definitely gonna help save time too. So. Alright, so that is definitely something I'm seeing here as far as the pattern is concerned. Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna lock it. Should I just go and just kind of run through all of them and just kind of, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna run through all the expressions in a draft and then come back and clean them out. That is gonna speed things up, definitely. Let's make our pencil, our line on our pencil, let's make it thinner though. Let me see if I have my commands set for my blue pencil. I got what is this? No, that's not what I want. Commands, pencils. I got my blue pencil. There we go. This is my rough drafting pencil. I have a set of 3 pencils that I use like constantly for drawing. My blue pencils for creating rough drafts. My red pencil is for defining shadows, and my black pencil is for just general sketching, but I also use the blue pencil for defining highlights. That comes from the traditional animation workflow. Let's see here. Okay, perfect. So let's see here. So the next one, number 3, is raise right lip edge. So this is just kind of a smirk on the right. That's his right, my left. This one's pretty much going to stay the same. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. To go from frame to frame, you can do the little bracket symbols. That's the comma and the period. They have this little lower than and greater than symbol, which kind of looks like an arrow left and right. Just pressing those allows you to move forward and backwards across the timeline. So the next one is number 5. Yeah. Raise left lip edge. So that's just the opposite. And I can cheat. I can probably just cheat by flipping it over. Let's see here. I'll make myself a note. So yeah, that's pretty much going to be like a mirror version. The next one is stretch lip edge. Stretch lip edge. So that's like a sound, like stretching the outside, you know? Like stretching the lip, the edges. Well, that's what it's called, stretch lip edge. So that's what we're gonna do. And we're probably gonna make the lip a little thinner as it stretches. Just make it go out here. We'll kind of boom, boom, boom. We'll make this kind of go down a bit. And we'll make this follow the contour of that lip. And we'll try to, it just kind of lifts it up slightly. Alright, so this is what his version of stretching the lip edges is going to look like. Not bad. Alright, so go to the next one. The next one is stretch lip edge. No, I just did that. Droop lip edge. So that's kind of a sad guru. That's a sad guru face. Why do I find it funny? So this is more like him being, oh. We're gonna stick with his big old fat lip, just kind of drooping. And try to keep the contours of the original shape, and maybe connect it out like this. Oh, that's gonna be a really nice looking expression. I like it. I actually like it. I didn't know how I was gonna feel about it. So this is going to bring this big bulk thing here. It's also going to drop it down. Not too much. It's really more of a squeeze, like an inner squeeze. This is such a nice character, you know. It's not often that I work on a client's project and I really enjoy what I'm doing. But this is it's a really nice looking character, and I'm gonna be sad to see him go. You know, like to know that this is not a character that I'm designing for myself. You know, it's like, wow, it's a pretty badass character. I like the way he's coming out. I like his colors, the line style that we ended up going with. It's a really good character. So I'm very proud of it, and I'm really sad to see him go. But I know it's gonna get a lot of good uses though. So wherever it ends up, I mean, it's really cool that he's gonna be out there performing and doing his thing. So the next one is frame 7. 7 is droop lip edge. Okay, so this is kind of like the sad face. The lip edges will droop, will go down, but the lip also droops. So it's gonna open its mouth a little, and it's kind of like with the mouth open. So we're going to use the onion skin tool because that's a reference to the previous frame. So it's the same thing, but drooping. Let's see, droop lip edge, raise lip edge, number 7, droop lip edge. Okay. What was number 6? Stretch lip edge. Oh, I did something. I screwed up somewhere. Yeah. So let's see here. Raised lip edges is number 3. I screwed up somewhere. I think I skipped one. So number 3, raised lip edges. Number 4 is raise right lip edge. I know what happened. At number 5, yeah, because number 5 is supposed to be blank right now because it's a mirror of number 4. So number 6 is stretch lip edges. Okay, perfect. And the other one is droop lip edge. Perfect. That's the one I just did. Okay, so that's what happened. I almost screwed up there big time. So I'm on number 8. Droop right lip edge. So just this part stays down. I mean, I still needed the onion skin tool. So it's gonna be like this. It's gonna stay pretty much the same. But this one goes back to normal. Alright, so let's see here. Take a look at some other stuff real quick. Okay. Alright, so some people might be like, what the hell is he working on, right? So I'm gonna try to get through the rough draft part of the upper lip, and then I'm gonna finalize it, like clean it up. That way we have something that we can look at. Frame 9. I think I can make this bigger. There we go. So I'm working on frame 9. This is my draft layer. Call it rough. Rough. And call this one final. This is another rough. And this is my previous. And this is what's being replaced from original template. The only one that should be unlocked is the one that I'm working on. Alright, let's switch back to the pencil tool. Sometimes I like drawing at an angle. Number 9. Number 9 is droop left lip edges. Okay, so that is a mirror. And I think I can get away with just making the mirror one on this one. I'm just gonna make a note to myself though, so I can remember that that's what that is. We'll move on to number 10. Number 10. Man, I need my reading damn glasses. Where's my reading glasses? Don't get old, y'all. Give me just a second, I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this guy here. Adjust my desk. Where's my button? Okay, and now that I got my reading glasses, I can see a little bit better what I'm supposed to be doing. So frame 10 is raise chin. Like a very strong M sound. So raise the chin. It should go higher. You know, some of these that are, at least on this angle, I can get away with like copying and just mirroring stuff. Modify, transform, flip horizontal. And that usually works fine. So he's raising his chin. And let's see what else. I might need to emphasize the contours of the chin in the beard. I mean, I was thinking about just replicating that beard across all of these guys, but I don't know how that's gonna look. I mean, it's gonna look more consistent because it's the same sprite for that part, but it won't follow the contours of the face in an ideal fashion. So we'll see. I'm gonna try getting away with it, but I don't know. Ultimately, I'm gonna have to judge that once I see it. Let's see, number 11. It is the flat lip. I don't remember what that's supposed to look like. Let me see what I have in the previous one. Okay. So flat lip. So that's kind of like a I guess this would cause this beard to get puffy right here. It would definitely pop this out because it's like puckering them, not puckering them, but like pressing them together, like a strong M. So we'll get to see a little bit of his upper lip, his real upper lip over here. Let me turn this onion skin tool off. Wonder if I can put on some music on my end. I just don't want to create a feedback loop on the audio, or just get this thing flagged so that I have to take it down because somebody claims copyrights on it. Yeah, I think this was the best approach though, to do the rough draft of just the upper part of the mouth first. Just laying them out. And then I'll come back and clean them all up. And it's gonna look nice once it's done. So let's see, number 12, stretch lip. So that's kind of the same thing, but stretched. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that right now. Paste in place. Turn on this tool here. Stretch it out this way. That's perfectly fine. Number 12. What the fuck? Number 12 is stretch lip. Number 13 is funnel lip. Okay, that's a very interesting little gesture. That one looks a little something like this. Of course, we have to adapt it to this character. So, all right. I'm gonna hit save real quick, just in case my program crashes. I'm not gonna lose all my work that I've done so far. So against this funnel lip graphic design, or whatever you want to call it, we're going to put the beard. It looks like my software is starting to struggle, and that's because, like I said, this has a lot of points and stuff, and the more points and curves that you use, the more you struggle with. I mean, for rough drafting, it's almost essential to be able to do this. It doesn't matter too much for final work, because we get rid of all the rough draft stuff, so it goes back to being efficient. But at some point, we have too many damn curves on our project, and we need to clean it out. So I might not wait till I get to the end in order to start cleaning up this thing. I might just go ahead and do it right now, because yeah, it's starting to struggle with the processor. And these calculations are being done by the processor, not the GPU. But I'm not one of those people who just likes to draw, or usually likes to draw with like final line work and stuff. I like to be able to form and contour what I'm going to be doing. Alright, so let's go back to this. Ugh, that's ugly. And let's see if we can clean it up. Starting with this little Yep, memory issues. I'm gonna have to turn off Flash, hit save, and restart it just so it can normalize itself again. Once you start seeing that you're drawing with a brush and only the outlines come across, that's because you're having memory issues. It's one of those things that Adobe has never been able to fix. So I get to demonstrate this feature in Toon Titan. So because I had to restart my program, I lost all my work as far as my colors that I was working on in my palette. So, but I did manage to save them inside of Toon Titan. So I'm gonna bring them back out. So I didn't actually lose them. Very convenient little feature. Alright, so I got my colors back. Nice and easy. Alright. Let's see if we can go back to doing this. What is my brush size? 2. Okay, that's a good size. So I'm gonna work on this. Taper that right there. Taper that. Like that. We'll connect these together. Another thing you can do to optimize while you're working, you can go to View. Let's see here, Preview mode. You go to Fast. That's going to give you an aliased view, so it's not going to try to anti-alias all these pixels. So it's kind of a pixelated look, and it's a look that's a little more similar to bitmaps. But it's basically all the edges with the pixels. So it's not doing the additional processing to blend those points together in order to make it smooth. That also makes it look nice and fast. It's a lot faster, the rendering. So I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna smoothen it out one time, maybe 2 times. Let's see if that breaks it up too much. That's pretty good. A couple of smoothing things is enough to optimize it also. You don't always have to run the optimization step, but it definitely helps. Commands. Modify shape. Let's see. Modify shape. Optimize. Let's see what optimization does to it. It's not too bad. Anytime you can get a reduction, you're only doing yourself a favor. Any kind of reduction you can get out of it. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of these outlines. And we'll go on to the next one. So the next one has something that goes like this. I didn't. Smoothing that out a couple times. 1, 2. It's good enough. It did break it on this side, but I can fix that. See if we can smoothen that section up. Okay, it's good enough. Good enough for the girls we go out with. Delete that. I probably should go back and add the little bottom part of the beard thing. This is such boring work sometimes, you know. It's boring and meticulous. It's very unglamorous. I'll go ahead and take this. Copy it, paste in place, modify, transform, flip horizontal, and now we have that. Okay, so this one is, oh, you know what? I should get the names of the poses as labels on each of these frames. That would definitely help. Keep an eye on what I need next without having to look at this little thing here with tiny text. Number 6 is just to confirm stretched lip edges. So I have to emphasize the stretching of the lips. Okay. So definitely these guys are gonna go here. Someone who is really good at drawing could probably just speed run through all of this without having to do any drafts or anything like that. I'm not that good. Smoothen it up once, twice. Looks good to me. Fuck, I hope I drew it on the correct frame. Alright, that's pretty. Maybe go as far as adding. Oh shit. Additional lip outline. Right there. I don't know, it kind of looks dirty. Looks a little dirty to me. I'm gonna leave it out. No. Fuck, I don't know what to do. So feedback would be good at this point because I kind of feel like it needs it, but it's totally screwed up in that little section now. Okay, that should do it. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's too dirty. It's too close to itself. But I'm gonna leave it in a way that is not touching anything else. That way, after seeing how it works, I could just come back and just delete that line. Stuff that I don't like to do. Let's turn the opacity of this guy to just to 35. Okay. So we go to 7. So this is the droop lip edges. I definitely want that middle line in this one. definitely emphasizing the lip. So now we contour this facial hair against this lip. We'll smoothen. 1, 2. It might have been a little too much. Delete. So smoothing is not necessarily optimization though. It just kind of tries to reduce the number of steps and everything, but it doesn't always try to maintain the form. I mean, they just work differently, but it still optimizes. It's not as good, or I don't know. But sometimes it's better at not breaking your stuff completely. Okay, so that takes care of that. And now it's just the one side. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna try going straight for the optimization on this one. Shape, optimize. Yeah, it's not too bad. Just gotta re-taper this. Nice, 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 nice. Alright, so we know the next one is a mirrored image. Guess I left myself a little note. Hey, One Gun, how's it going, brother? Oh shit. Alright, let me run the Zoom, maybe you're still there. Unmute your speakers. Alright, give me a second. Let me get my headphones on. Hey, hang on a second. I still don't hear you. Just a minute. I think it's coming in through the other. All right, say something. All right, loud and clear. Let me adjust my other sound settings. Last time I was doing this, the stream came out one-sided. People could hear my voice, but nobody could hear you.
Oh, nobody can hear me.
Yeah. All right, that should be all good now.
All right.
What's up, brother?
Very good, man. Oh, nothing. I'm getting my script together for the next scene of the film. You know, did you see the completed thing I did?
Not yet.
You ain't seen it? I
No.
thought I sent it to you.
When did you post it? Or
I haven't posted. I thought I sent you an email. I thought I sent you a message.
oh no, I haven't looked at my messenger today, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I can send it to you now, man. I'm just sending it to you.
All right.
Your messenger. So you can check it out real quick. Yeah, I gotta
Well,
go
I mean,
to-
if you sent it, it should still be there here.
No, it ain't there yet.
Oh.
I just looked, I never sent it to you. That's
So that would explain that.
Yeah, that explains everything. I got it. I can say the stuff I want people to see. I got it over here in my VMO.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. All right, there we go. I'm gonna send this to you.
So are you streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm working on. There you go. I just sent it, man. You can go check it out. I'm like I said, I'm getting all the getting these scripts together. I got a bunch of stuff. Oh, that's for the ninja stuff I did. I got so many scripts I'm going through. So much stuff I've worked on. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. So I don't know if this is the completed one. See, I got two versions of the same script. And the reason why I did that is because I wrote something different in the other script, and I'm trying to compare and see which one I like the most. So,
Yeah.
so I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. But that worked because we released the virus, and let me know when you get it, man. When you watch it, let me know what you think.
How long is it? I could watch it right now. I won't put it on the air though.
Oh, it ain't that long. It's like maybe like 2 minutes, something like that.
All right. Let me see here. I'm going to, for those watching on my stream, I'm going to mute this so it doesn't interfere.
You know what? You go ahead and play on your stream. I don't care.
Well, I mean, there's also, like, because later on you're going to want to do the whole copyright thing and stuff like that. So.
Well, not really. You know, I'm responsible. It's like I know the people who got my stuff, so I'm not gonna do no copyright crap. No, I'm not like that, man. I ain't like some people.
I don't know how delicate it is where you.
Oh,
you say
the music.
Where
I
you
got some sound effects and music, and yeah, you're right. You better do that. Yeah, I forgot the music and sound effects. They might want to.
I don't have the copyrights to those, so.
yeah. You probably won't listen to it. I mean, yeah.
I'll just watch it with the sound muted for the audience, but
yeah,
enabled for myself. Yeah. Yeah. Right. All right. So I'm watching it now. Okay, check this out. One gun. If you go on your video, one of the things that I want to point out, which you probably haven't noticed, is this Unreal Engine / iClone glitch. Go. Well, just open up your own video and navigate to keyframe at 2 minutes and 44 seconds, for example. And you'll see this guy with the green mask. Yeah, that's that bug. They haven't fixed that. It's been there for the last 3 versions of the iClone importer thing. You have to go in and adjust the tier line, of the texture, so that it comes after the field of view, and that way it doesn't, because right now it's processing, I think, before the field of view, either before or after. It's processing in the wrong order, so the eyes, the tier line, a lot of the eyebrows, they kind of pop out like that. So that's the fix for that. But they should have fixed this already so that you don't have to keep doing this. Mm. At any time, yeah, you just find like I think there's 2 body parts: the tear line, the eye tear line, and the eyelashes. And you go in, you double click on the. Fuck, I haven't used Unreal in a while. Forgot what those things are called. On the material, and on the left hand side, you're gonna see the order of the, like, it'll say process before field of view or something like that. And yeah, you just enable that, and it'll fix it. And as long as you don't re-import the shaders, the character creator shaders, it won't get overwritten. But if you ever start seeing it again, it's probably because you re-imported them and it overrode them. Yeah. Yeah. You just do it and just fix it whenever you're ready for it. It's really good, man. I mean, from a performance standpoint, my only note would be on the newscaster. She's a little stiff, but not that she should be more animated because her head portion is very animated, but her body's not. It doesn't match. So it's probably too much because she's a newscaster caster. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the head. The head is definitely more animated than the body, where the body should probably be a little bit more animated, but not to an extreme point where she's performing with her body. It's just, I don't know. It's like the head movements are not matching the body movements, but it should be subtle. It should be subtle because it is a newscaster. So I think you're going for the right thing on it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she shouldn't be flailing her arms around. Explaining hands are like the worst thing you can do. But uh, mm-hmm. Yeah. I think what it is because that even though she's not doing something, we should still see some movement, but it doesn't have to be movement. It could just be like breathing type movement. Let me go back. I'm pulling up. I'm trying to pull up like a reference real quick. 'Cause I'm just gonna pull up a generic newscaster to see how that looks. Oh fuck it. Yeah. Might be too much. You got you got you gotta find something that's not like an editorial because like the editorials is where they move their hands around a lot and the newscaster stuff like what the hell is this guy's name with the white hair? I think he's more of a news guy. Forgot his name too. I think that's probably more of a movement that you want for that. But damn, dude, that fucking motion is really good. The cinematography, the angles, the shots, the the unsteady cam. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, I was looking right now at some reference footage for Anderson Cooper, and yeah, what it looks like is like there's body shifting, slight body shifting, with the head movement, and the head movement guides the body shifting, but he's not like he doesn't have the explaining hands. He doesn't have like the extreme head bobble. Yeah. You could probably do it with your mocap suit, man. Just put it on and just kind of imitate him while the audio's playing, and you know you're good. What? Oh man, nice. Oh yeah. You know, you could try. There's a couple of regular idle motions in the iClone library thing that you could just do and just mask out the bottom part. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's a little too, yeah. Uh huh. No, 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 no. It's never too much is never better. Rand, you're wrong. You're wrong. Oh my God! I can't. Well, there's a couple of schools of thought when it comes to animation. You know, there's the whole traditional Disney animation with the you know, the whole 12 principles thing with the overlapping action and exaggerated poses and squash and stretch and all that bullshit. Um, that only applies to like super commercialized stuff that's trying to appeal to a mass audience. And yes, it works, but it limits you to a specific style of animation. And uh, and that's what a lot of people recommend, because they're used to seeing people, like, you know, talk about the 12 principles of animation and all that stuff, and it's like, no, you should have more of a secondary motion here, more extreme pose, and you should really emphasize the movements, over exaggerate. I mean, like, there's a reason like most animators never make it as actors. I mean, I used to do acting, and there's like, animators tend to overact, and it looks great on camera, but it doesn't look good on, you know, like as a cartoon character, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% Disney. That's like a factory floor commercialized animation thing. And but that's only an American thing for a specific type of animation, you know. And it's like, you can like, a lot of anime doesn't use it. A lot of French films and things like that, they don't require it. You can, that comes from their manga. That doesn't come from the Disney principal stuff. The the thing that I usually go with for my stuff is I tend to go with more of a realistic film type stuff because it's for the you know, I'm not doing Disney stuff. I was watching Encanto the other day when it first came out. I went to see it, and I almost threw up, man. It was like so overly animated Disney-esque. People loved it. Oh my god, the animation is so realistic, so beautiful. It's like the super active, like high on crack type thing where, like, dude, in Encanto. Yeah, every movement is so exaggerated. The explaining hands, the twitches, they're moving around, and like, oh, dude, no, it doesn't go with. And the characters are a little bit more realistic, but it still has that super animated bullshit. How do you get away with that? And people loved it though. People loved it. Yeah, it was good for what it was. I was like, oh, I'm about to throw up. It's too much sugar, too much sugar. Oh, the old one from that was a rotoscope movie, wasn't it? Yeah. Mm, I don't know. Oh yeah, I agree with that. What is it? Oh wow. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember Akira? That one did not use most of the principles of animation. It stuck with more of the classical cinema principles. So there's like literally no squash and stretch, no super exaggerated poses. It was very good. It was like, uh huh, that's fucking crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they left a lot of shit out from the manga because the manga was like fucking. It was that was a big mistake. That's the thing that inspired me to become an animator, man. And I hate anime. I mean, but that's that to me. That's not anime. You know, I grew up watching like Transor Z, uh, fucking Speed Racer, Future Boy Conan, stuff like that. But they were all completely different types of anime, and it didn't feel like what anime became in the '90s, where everything looked the same, out of the same template, every same eyes and everything. So I hated all the anime stuff, and I like having like in the '90s when I was working in studios and stuff. I I actually agreed with the whole mentality of that. You know, that anime was such a disposable art form. Whereas, like, you even show up with anime in your portfolio at Disney or Warner Brothers, they're not even gonna question you. Go straight into the trash. Go straight into the trash. Oh, you're an anime artist? Good. Talk to me when you become a real artist. Uh, what changed? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they are a company. They, I mean, and most production companies are, you know, that way. They're production companies. It's an industry. You're gonna produce assembly line shit for the purpose of selling it to as many people as you can. And whenever you're doing that, that's your approach. You gotta have mass appeal, and that's what I used to teach people too. You know, your cartoons, your scripts, you have to be for a mass audience. You know, avoid doing the mature audience stuff. Avoid doing extreme graphic nature. You know, keep it friendly to appeal to this most people as you can, so that you can sell as much as you can. You know. And that's the mentality with the companies and the studios and stuff. So I don't blame them for it. It is what it is. And of course, for me, it was like I still don't like most anime, but you know, it was. I look back on my own stuff. It's like the stuff that inspired me to become an animator was like Akira. That's an anime. The filmmaking of Hayao Miyazaki. That's technically anime. You know. Uh, mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. Yeah. What? Yeah. That was his. Oh, nice. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a suggestion, you know. It's not a law. It'll make your it'll most of the time or all the times it'll definitely make your film better, but it's not a rule saying that if used appropriately that you're not gonna get away with it. There's a lot of conventional films from like Martin Scorsese and, you know, all these other like high end actors and stuff. They do it all the time too, but they know when to do it. You know. Yeah, no, that's always a good. That's the formula too. You know, like what's working for everybody. Okay, well that's what I want to do. What's working for this person, and I like this person, so I'm gonna do that. You know. We all do it. It was Blade Runner, man. It was literally like Blade Runner. It's like watching Blade Runner animated. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I think I did it again. I was the last. I don't know. The last 30 minutes or so. I was streaming without the Zoom sound. Oh well. It was a good conversation, y'all. Y'all missed it. Go and watch that on One Gun's channel. I'm sure he's got a recording of it on his.
They can't hear me on your channel.
They couldn't because I had the thing muted whenever I started playing your video. I muted it and I'd left it off.
Oh man.
Oh well. I just got
everybody can hear me. I think everybody can hear you over here. I think everybody can. And some guys asked me some questions about his character don't have a mouth. I'm trying to figure out if you don't have a mouth. I don't know what to do. like he's not.
Whose character?
He's not telling me everything. I see you know a couple of things before I can. He's called Lo-Fi Riddle, and I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
Mm.
I'm just asking what he's trying to do. You know, I don't know if he like. I mean, he probably has like scream loud into the mic. Scream. I don't know about scream loud into the mic. That might knock somebody's eardrums out. Yeah. So today, well, I'm glad you liked it, man. I worked on it like the last couple of days. I mean, when I work fast, you know, I do make mistakes, and I ain't worried about it. I mean, I'm gonna always go back. I'm gonna go back and tighten things up. But it's just I just wanted some type of proof of render or something. I just wanted something.
No, it's good. It's great as is. I mean, I don't think you really need to modify it. That's just like a note, like okay, for things to keep in mind. And that's the only thing, really. I mean, the eyebrows thing with the thing with the guy's lashes, you could probably just go in After Effects because the shot is in such a way that you could just probably use the lasso tool and do a content aware fill in there just to fix that shit.
So I think this guy's problem is that with the mouth vismines, with the mouth visme. I think that's how you spell it, visme.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he means. That's why I asked if I can add mouth of sculpt in Blender. Can add mouth of sculpt. I guess you can. Try to drop teeth template on it. If it would just add it there from the content section. I don't know what he means. I have to see what he means. The only thing I can say is like if you're bringing it. I mean, it depends. If you're bringing a character in from another program, you know, if it's not native to iClone,
Oh.
it probably won't work with the auto rigger. You know, I do believe you get. I do believe you can auto rig the face. Can you do that with auto rigger? Um, even
I don't think so, but I think you can do it after the fact. Once you have created your character and it works inside of iClone, you can go in there and add additional morph targets and stuff to it. You can also re-export it to like that sculpting tool and just modify, create new morph targets for like different mouths and stuff. As long as you put the morph targets like for the mouths and expressions in the slots that they belong to, you should be able to use those custom ones. But it seems to be like more trouble than it's worth. Unless it's like a super original character that, you know.
I think that's what my guys are talking about, because now he just told me that his character doesn't have a mouth at all. So yeah, you're gonna have to take it to like Blender or ZBrush and sculpt the mouth on it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to actually sculpt the mouth on it, you know. Yeah, or
I think there's like a feature where you can apply the AR kit expressions that they're using. So after you bring it in, you apply the AR kit expressions to it so that it can actually perform facial movements, and then you can export to modify the different morph target things, the different mouths and stuff.
Okay, all right. I was thinking, Hell's Kitchen or whatever. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, well, I was thinking, if your character doesn't have a mouth, I mean, it must be an alien, or it must be somebody with a mask on or something like that.
Oh,
if that's the case.
Is it not supposed to have a mouth? Is that what it mean? Is that what it means?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, is it not supposed to have a mouth on the character, or what? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it needs a mouth, you need to, scope that in, or sculpt it in. Or if your character made your character with a mask and he's not supposed to have a mouth, but
I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, like for the mask, had that movement of his jaw going up and down as he talks to put his mask, but then you probably have to add like a jawbone to the rig, and we should say put those morphs on it or whatever.
Yeah. Or go with a Cobra Commander, a metallic faceplate, so he doesn't. You can't see the jaw moving.
They said they can't hear you at all. They should be able to hear you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they should. Hold on.
Testing 1 2 1 2. They can hear me on my channel. I think I was. Well, how do you know that that's what we're talking about? Oh, because they can hear you.
I'm listening to my stream.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay.
If I can hear you through my feed, they can hear you too.
Yeah. I think it just needs a hearing aid then. I think that's on him. I think that's on him.
All right, yeah.
He said better.
Because I cranked up the desktop audio. That's why. I cranked the desktop audio. That's why they can hear you now. All right, so he says it's like a stick man, but human, and it's rigged.
Okay. So I wouldn't worry about the mouth movements then if it's a stick man.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's a stick man with these huge lips on it.
Yeah, just go with explaining hands on that case. Yeah. Like when he's talking, have him move his mouth to emphasize that he's talking. But
right. Lo-Fi, you should make a video of your character and put it up on YouTube so I can see what you talk about. Then I can go, oh, okay, because just the descriptive words without no visuals is kind of hard. I mean, we'll probably talk about 1,000 things and it's not to the point to what you need. So if you I know you got a YouTube channel,
or or upload to one of those image hosting websites and just post the image and post the link here. We can review it. Why? Oh.
He just needs to make some funny videos. Yeah. Just make a video, explain what you have problems with, and then we can probably help you from there. Because right now we just theorizing. All right. WA. Okay, WA. All right. That's the only thing I can say right there. It's like that's the best I can do. Is like we can sit here and theorize until we get actual like eyes on what he's doing. Like it's like it ain't gonna help him much. I think these scripts are basically the same. I think both of these scripts are the freaking same. Bastard, kick your face. Bastard, kick your face. So almost. I think I'm ready to. Yeah, I'm ready to send this out to get. Huh.
Let's see.
See, you're working on I see you're working on a character.
Yeah, it's a client project. They went ahead and finally approved moving forward. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get it done at this point. It's just about 20 hours worth of work, and I don't know how I'm gonna spread it. It's not that bad. I mean,
20 hours worth of work. So what you do? You're breaking it down to like 5 hours a day.
Well, if I have time, I'll just knock them out across 2 days. I mean, I don't have anything else to do sometimes, but right now I do have a workload. So I do have to kind of like manage it and just kind of be able to like respond to other people or put a few hours on other people's projects.
So you started off in Illustrator first, right?
Oh hell no! Fuck Illustrator.
Oh, what you using? Animate?
Adobe Animate, 100% all the time.
So what you just using Adobe Animate versus Illustrator?
Never use Illustrator.
Why come? Because that's what they tell everybody to use Illustrator. Then bring your.
Because they don't know any better. They don't know better. They're stupid. They don't want to give you the tools to succeed. Illustrator was designed to make logos and technical drawings, and all the tools in there are for that purpose. And yes, you can create cartoon characters with it. You can create, stuff that you can animate somewhere else. But the reality is, Flash, Adobe Animate has a pencil tool, has a brush tool, allows you to draw in a natural format. So you don't need Illustrator. And so if I want to draw a bouncing ball or let's say I want to draw a happy face, I go in there and I select my brush tool, boom, 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 happy face, I'm done. Illustrator, I have to go with Bezier tools, create the shapes, overlap them, do all this massaging bullshit. Fuck that. Nobody has time for that, dude. Yes, it can be done, but why would you want to subject yourself to that? You just draw. I mean, you're an artist. The whole point is to enjoy what you're doing. And if you got to be all technical about everything you do, I don't see it. So no, I will never recommend Illustrator for cartoon animation stuff. If you want to do logos and things like that, hell, I still recommend using Flash for logos.
Okay, I think this is the right one right here because I put this here. Nope, it's right here. So did I I don't know if I copy and paste this, but I don't see. Oh no, I think I see something. Okay. Oh, actually, I think this is the one I redid. Yeah, I think this is the one. Okay, I think I know which one I want to use. I'm gonna use this one. All right. So I gotta come all the way down here and delete all this shit.
They have potential, but they're overly priced. Martin Stewart says Harmony and Storyboard have great drawing tools too. They do. They're overly priced and they're not very optimized. They require a lot of RAM on your computer, you'll easily run out of like your computer will easily start choking after you start drawing a few things. I don't know if you're looking at my stream, but if you're looking at my stream, you can see how I'm optimizing my vector art as I go along. It's a feature that Toon Boom doesn't have.
Wait, let me ask you something, Ibis. What happened to Flash? Because the program you're working in uses Flash, right?
Well, it is Flash. They just changed the name.
It is Flash.
They just changed the name.
So what happened to Flash? Because they said Flash is dead. It's like, how's Flash dead?
That's a misconception. It's a misconception, and people who don't know better, they run with that idea. For example, Reallusion is trying to get away from Flash because they think nobody's using it, and their customers are like, oh well, Flash doesn't work anymore, whatever. That's not the case. Flash is still here. It's the same damn shit. The thing that there was a difference is that there was a thing called the Flash Player. It was a plugin for your browser, and it allowed you to see your Flash content, your Flash movies, through a browser. And this became so popular that other developers were like writing like kind of hacky stuff in there, potential put you at risk and stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like the safest plugin. So it started with Apple. They basically said, we're no longer going to support Flash. It requires too many resources. It's unsecure, blah, blah, blah. And it just kind of snowballed from there. And now pretty much all browsers don't support it. So they killed off the Flash Player, the thing that allows you to watch Flash movies on a browser. But the tool, the actual authoring tool that creates Flash movies, it's still here. It was called Flash, but and because so many people are gravitating to that idea that Flash is dead, nobody uses it. As soon as the name Animate became available, they just, I don't know if they bought it or they stole it. But
so the HTML5 is the thing everybody switched to, right?
Yeah. So now, I mean, you can still use Flash. Or Adobe Animate now. You can still use it. It just output to HTML5, and you'll still get the same result, except that it'll be in a different format. So you're still creating, but if most animators never really cared too much about the online stuff, the embedding things in a browser, because we're making it for filmmaking purposes. We're creating animation stuff, so that hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is the name. We still use the SWF format. There is still a Flash player that you can play on. You can use to view this on your local machine. The character templates, the props, all the stuff that I create with Adobe Animate is in SWF format, the Flash format, and it imports just fine into Cartoon Animator. But yeah, what I find it funny is that they took the name because it used to be called Toon Boom Animate.
Yeah, it was.
And there was their competitor. And as soon as for some reason, their competitor decided to stop using that name, and then it became Adobe Animate, and it was just a new name for Flash. It's just kind of stupid. They took on the name of their competitor. Adobe does some seriously wacky shit though. They had a tool called Adobe Live Motion when Macromedia was their competitor before they bought Flash.
I say, ain't Macromedia Flash?
Yeah, it's Macromedia Flash. But they sold it to Adobe.
And then Adobe, yeah, they gave
and Adobe had a competitor to it. It was called Adobe Live Motion, and that shit lasted like maybe 2 years before they before they gave up on it. It was too clunky and not very, very good to work with. It wasn't competition at all.
So, but yeah, Flash reigned supreme.
Oh yeah. In a way, it still does for the 2D animation industry, but it's a million times cheaper than Harmony, easier to use. But Harmony has been gathering a marketing thing for the longest time, where now it's like they're like the industry standard for studios. and they might not be the best option. I mean, I don't think they are. I think they're clunky and overly hyped. Uh, I, I don't think it's very efficient. But yeah, they managed to embed themselves as an industry standard when it comes to
I don't know how,
studios.
because this is what somebody showed me about using Toon Boom, right? Toon
Hmm.
Boom and Flash or Animate.
Yeah.
This one guy, he animated something by hand, paper pencil, old school,
Hmm.
right? And took the same animation that he did and redid the whole thing inside of Toon Boom and Flash. And there was a big difference between the old school way and the newer way, which everybody's using the Toon Boom stuff. And what you could see is that the characters look like rubber when they move. They look like rubber. I mean, when they bend their arms, it's just unnatural versus old school paper and pencil. Same animation, but
But
done.
that's because he probably took the wrong approach in animating in Flash in the first place. Because Flash by default is a cell shading program. You draw frame by frame, so there's nothing stopping you from drawing frame by frame in Animate. The thing comes in when you're trying to use some of the other tools for like symbol animation, and that creates like a paper cutout effect and bending and stuff like that. But you can leave all that stuff out. You could just lay down your frames and just start going frame by frame. Turn on the onion skin tool. Turn on the little thing, the scrubbing tool, so you can look back and forth, flip through your motions. You can do all your paper animations, scan them into Adobe Animate. It'll spread them out across the timeline. You tell it, I'm animating on twos, so it'll spread them out, and then you put a new layer and you just kind of start cleaning them out frame by frame. Actually, you don't even have to do that manually. There's a feature called let's see here, trace bitmap. So if your drawings are pencil, black and white, you just click on trace bitmap and it'll vectorize it for you. It'll help you remove the white background, and you have the clean line works frame by frame. So there's no reason why it should have looked any different than a traditional hand drawn thing.
It did look different. I mean, it looked. I mean, one looked like natural. The original.
Yeah.
The one drawn by hand. It looked natural.
Yeah.
It looks natural stylized. But when you got to like the animate and Toon Boom, it looks like the characters did the same motion, but it was just like.
He just took two different approaches to the animation.
I guess that's it. I mean, that could be it.
He could have. I mean, because Toon Boom Harmony doesn't have. Well, I think it does, but it doesn't emphasize it. A lot of the like symbol based animation where you rig up things with bones and things like that. It's really difficult to use that aspect of it. He probably went the traditional route, animating frame by frame or cleaning it up frame by frame in Harmony, whereas in Flash he did the paper cutout method, and that's a very unfair comparison. If you're trying to showcase what's better for traditional, he should have just drawn frame by frame in Flash too.
Yeah, I mean, you could draw in Flash. I mean, I've actually drawn it back when it was Flash. I actually was back when I had my first Wacom tablet.
Yeah.
Way back in the day. I actually had Flash, and I actually drew in Flash, and I actually drew it. I actually drew it.
Yeah.
I used the onion scans and went frame by frame. And it looks no different than what I don't know what that guy did, but he actually I guess he did. I don't know how he did it, but I guess he did it the way you're supposed to animate it in Toon Boom versus just doing it by hand.
Yeah.
Because the way you animate by hand and what you have in the process that you have to do in Toon Boom and Animate is two different things.
Yeah.
So drawing by hand is just technical skill, right? But doing shit in Toon Boom, let's say that's a process. So you go by a skill versus a process to get you close to the skill. That's what you're doing.
Well, it's a software operation process. It's a matter of software operation versus a skill, like a drawing skill.
Yeah, because with a skill on the fly, you can change what you want to. But in like Toon Boom and Animate, if you change something, there's a process you have to go through to change it. Skill is you just take your eraser and erase the page, throw it away, and you start over, But over there, it's totally different because you can't really erase it, and you can't like take it and ball it up. You have to go back and either delete it or start over, and that means you have to start the process over.
Oh
So,
yeah, I see what you mean.
so yeah. So I'm thinking that's where he was getting at. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea, but from what it sounds like, it definitely sounds like he just took two completely different approaches. But if he wanted to end up with traditional animation, he should have used a traditional approach in both softwares. And Flash, by default, is a cell shading animation program. It's hardcore cell shading. Um, the thing that makes people think of traditional in Toon Boom Harmony is that they're fucking idiotic timeline. They use the exposure sheet method. And yes, I get it. Traditional animators used to use exposure sheets. It feels traditional, top down, layer on top of layer, like a fucking um, a spreadsheet. And the reason animators used to do this is because they didn't have any better tools, man. They used to print that out. The long strips of paper were long wise. It was easier to print them out.
You mean the dope sheet?
The dope sheets, the X sheets. Yeah, they used to print them out long ways because that's the way the rolls would come in, and it was easier to print out and hang them on your thing. And you had like the legal size paper that was long and everything. People used to work on paper, and I get it. It worked in that time, but we are digital now, man. Our eyes are horizontal. We see better horizontally. So a horizontal timeline that moves left to right, top to bottom. That's how we read. It's more comfortable. It's a timeline. But if you're gonna give me a fucking X sheet in a digital program that I require to have a second monitor just to show half of that motherfucker, that's stupid.
Yeah. I totally understand.
It's just like, that's okay. I get it. You're trying to you hinting at the fact that it's a traditional thing, but you're not helping.
Right. My whole thing is like this. So I was going to tell you about another program called TV Paint, which is like TV. I think TV Paint is really good because that's more like
it's a raster-based painting tool, and it feels good. When you're drawing, it feels like you're drawing on paper and pencil.
Yeah, I told myself if I ever get tired of this 3D shit, I will most likely be going to that program next. Go back to drawing traditionally because I've seen people use that program. I'm like, damn, I've seen people get good results with that program. It ain't no rigging, no vector art, nothing. You just go in there, pencil to paper, but it's all digital. You got your onion sheets, you got everything you possibly could need. The program I liked was I wish I still had it. Was a storyboard, the Toon Boom storyboard. Where you can bring your 3D shit in and animated stuff. I love that.
I love that program. That's the one program that I do like.
I love
that.
Dude.
That if it was affordable, I would own.
I got it when it wasn't affordable. When it was affordable, I was back in 2015. I had it.
Man.
And I let it go my old computer.
I would use the hell out of that program because it's just like a streamlined version of the original Toon Boom Animate. It's just built for making. It's built for making storyboards and animatics, and that's the one thing I hate the most. If I had access to that program, I would definitely use it, but I can't see myself spending that much on that. I'm not a storyboarder by profession.
That program, you just can't buy it no more. You just can't buy it no more. You have to
subscribe
pay for it. Yeah, subscribe.
Yeah, and it's still too expensive. I'm not gonna pay no $30 a month for something that, If I was a storyboarder, if I knew it was gonna be like a 1 or 2 month process for me, yeah, I would spend it. Use it for 2 months and I'm done. I made my project, but I just don't have that kind of clientele that I wouldn't want to. I'm not a storyboarder. I hate storyboarding.
You can actually get a perpetual license, my bad.
Oh,
but it's like $1,000 some odd dollars, man.
I'm good. I'm good. If you saw the video I published yesterday, I published the video that uses my custom Open Poser rig for iClone. I uploaded it to the iClone marketplace. So shameless plug, it's available. You can buy it on the Reallusion marketplace. And you can buy it on toontitan.com a lot cheaper because I always put my stuff cheaper than over there. But you save a few bucks, buy it directly from me at Toon Titan. Anyways, the fucking rig works. You export it and you use Stable Diffusion, and you can make. And the video that I demonstrated it, I did it from start to finish. It demonstrates how to create really nice, effective storyboards using that rig with Stable Diffusion. So I'm pretty much. I think that using something like Toon Boom Storyboard at this point, in comparison with the quality you get from Stable Diffusion, is kind of like, it's no longer relevant.
One of these days, I'm going to use it, man. A buddy I know, he actually bought a subscription, a 1-year subscription to one of these AI platforms. I forgot which one. But like I said, he was the one taking my artwork, like my anime drawings, and taking them in there.
Midjourney.
And put them on the and he just hit the settings, and my shit looked like damn. I'm like, damn, I look like straight up. I'd be like, damn, I can't believe my shit got that close to the actual anime drawing. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to use this. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm going to try to see if I can make a comic book. I'm gonna like do the layouts,
right?
The layouts and stuff, and then send it over into the AI program. And they have the AI program generate something based off my artwork, and then I'll bring it over and then redraw it. You know, that way.
Stable Diffusion is free, and the cool thing about it is that you have it on your local machine and it's completely uncensored. So if you want to use like nude characters or whatever, whatever you need to put in there that's questionable, like the word blood is forbidden to use in Midjourney. So you get Stable Diffusion installed on your machine. You can train it to recognize your own characters. So you draw maybe 20 different poses and head gestures of your character, and you run a training model for it. So then you can say, this is Bob, this is, One Gun Bob. And so whenever you're doing your storyboards or your comic book, you say, One Gun Bob is, running from the law or whatever, and it'll draw your character in your style. So it'll save you like 99% of the work right there, because you don't have to feel like dirty about it, because ultimately it is your work being redrawn.
Yeah, my work.
Yeah, and at worst, you just clean it up and it'll be easy because it's still your style. So using your own style, you'll be able to clean it up. So you can train it to make your character so that when you start doing your comic book, it's like Bob is talking to Linda. They're in a coffee shop. Blah blah blah. Boom.
Yeah, that's what my friend is doing. He's training the computer to read my artwork. So next time I give it something that I draw, it's gonna actually kick out something that looks like something I did. Which I'm like scary as hell. But then again, it's cool because I don't have to draw it.
Oh hell yeah.
I have to draw the shit.
Yeah, you can worry about drawing other things that you left behind. Just draw on top of it. You give a bigger layer, of final quality.
Yeah, so I'm working on this my Dragon Ball. I'm doing a Dragon Ball S type of comic book. So I'm like, should I just go ahead and just use like sketch it out, and put some pen to it, and just do a little. Maybe I should sketch it all in pen, because it actually reads darker lines better. Mm-hmm. So I can sketch out my layouts all in pen. Just make sure I can do it cleanly, and then send it over there and see what it kicks back.
Well, even if you draw with pencil, there's nothing stopping you from just going into Photoshop really? And just adjusting the levels, and it'll just make your pencil lines darker and your whites whiter.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna try it.
So you don't have to go through the inking process and stuff.
I think what's her name? 3D Sphinx. She was playing around with Stable Diffusion, and she was actually making characters for iClone. I think for iClone.
I was thinking about doing that too, man. I was like, man, that's yeah, you can generate the face. The problem is that the resolution, it's like really low resolution, and then you have to upscale everything to get like a really nice sharp for something like that, because you want the features to look nice. And most of the upscalers that I ran into when I was experimenting with it are like paid upscalers and stuff. So I don't know how that's changed recently. But ultimately, I'm thinking that the reverse is probably a better option, to start with a general idea, even with a low resolution texture for making the faces,
Right.
Start with the low resolution ones, make your animations, and then export the images to be reprocessed by Stable Diffusion with a layer of its style on top of what you already did. So even if you use like stuff that's not textured or doesn't look great or whatever, you could just build your models with no textures or the default shit and just have Stable Diffusion put a skin on them when it's rendering them. That's why I'm not putting too much effort anymore on my film's look and feel right now, because I know that by the time I'm done with this motherfucker, I'm gonna be able to just stick my video in there and have it like, you know, just process the whole thing for me and turn it into like this beautiful DreamWorks looking bullshit. At the rate it's increasing, man, I'm just gonna worry about making the film.
I think last time I talked to you while you were doing your script, you was actually writing your script at one time. And,
Yeah.
there was something very interesting in your script. So you said like the dude was fighting because his girlfriend. It had something to do with food stamps. And I like to ask you what was the story again about the food stamps?
That scene. There's a scene with there's this guy's called Heckle and Jekyll. Heckle and Jekyll are white kids from the suburbs who, they emulate the whole black people, like over stereotypical speech. They dress with this fluffy pastel clothing with that fluffy hats, and they just want to emulate like what they see in the rap videos and stuff. And they talk like that, and the guys like. And they're betting. They're gonna bet on this guy, but one of them saw the guy get beat a few years ago, and the guy's like, nah, dude, this guy got his ass beat over at Emiliano's, 2 years ago. I'm surprised he's still alive. And the guy's like, besides, that nigga ain't no Mexican. He's a Honduran. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Honduran? Yeah, what the fuck is a Honduran? It's like a Mexican, but, man, what the fuck do I know? Do I look like a Mexicanology professor or something? So then he goes on like that. He's like, so what you gonna bet? It's like, well, I'm not gonna bet anything. All I got is my baby mama's food stamps. And it's like, so then later on, when the fight's going on, the guy's like, sees this guy just bounce back, he got hit really hard. He just bounces back like nothing. It's like he's just like opens his mouth like wide, piece of hot dog falls out of his mouth, like, and it's like he starts reaching for the fucking EBT card. He's like, nigga, what you doing? Like, no, hey, where you going? Like, you can't bet on food stamps. You can't bet with food stamps. And of course, later on, at the end of the scene, he loses. So he's like, "Oh Lord, my baby mama gonna kill me." It's just like some bullshit thing that's happening in the background, but it just adds to it, the whole overlapping.
Man, I remember he was writing it. I was just chuckling crazy.
Yeah, it's a scene that didn't need to be there, but it's like, okay, because we have the whole dramatic scene, but it's like, all right, I'm gonna add this extra crazy shit going on in the background, and while this is going on.
I know, man, because I was like, you had me when you had to do like doing like ballerina shit inside of a big ass brawl. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh.
I'm like, what are you doing here, man? I was just like flipping through I was just like, oh, you stream? Let me go check out the stream. I'm just watching your stream, and you got these two dudes like going at it, and then you got this dude in the middle going,
the ballerina guy.
Power. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was like, what in the holy, what you doing over here, man? That's what I was like. I gotta watch your channel more. I gotta watch this dude. Don't tell him what he's up to.
You gotta have. It's like the visual version of the film cinematic version of that overlapping action principle, or what do they call it? Yeah, principle. Where you gotta have business. I mean, I did study theater art, so I do know about like little things like business and stuff when you're acting. It's like, don't just stand there and say your lines. Grab a cigarette and like light it up or put it on your ear or do something with it. So I always keep that in mind. But then I take a little bit step further with the scene. It's like, okay, so these two guys are talking at a coffee shop. It's just boring ass dialogue, but we got to get it out because people have to know what the fuck is going on.
Right.
But there's nothing stopping me from putting a dog in the back, taking a shit, then another dog coming along, trying to hump it, and then they're trying to hump each other, and then they get stuck butt to butt, and they're trying to unstick themselves, and there's nothing stopping me from doing that crazy shit in the background. People be looking at that, and if you catch it,
like they ain't paying attention to the dialogue, they definitely paying attention to that. Like, it's like, okay, baby, I gotta add something to this. All right, get the two dogs screwing each other and getting stuck. Yeah, that'll work.
You can't just have people just talking and moving their mouth, man. The scene has to have action.
Yeah, I mean that's like the scene like I'm writing here where the guy shows up at the warehouse and he's on the phone talking to his boss. And the boss asks him, is like, he's walking, he got all these bodies on the floor because they're in there wiping out this gang. And he's like, have the parties been terminated yet? And then as he's walking, you see a guard like shooting this gang member down. He's like, yeah, we letting him go as we speak. He's like, good. So they're killing people and talking like it's like a it's like a layoff.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking like they laying people off, So he'll laugh at my storyboard ideas. That's why Ben, you need to like come into the chat, man. You need to take a day off from work, man, and come into the chat.
Get on the Zoom, man. I mean, anybody who's on the chat, dude, if y'all want to come in the Zoom, I'll let y'all in. It's toontitan.com/Zoom. I don't always have time to look at the chat myself and respond in real time, but hey, you guys are welcome to come in and bullshit with us.
Yeah, Ben works for Paramount, right?
Oh, does he?
He works on he works on what? He worked on a new Star Trek movie. Well, he didn't tell me he worked on a new Star Trek movie, but he worked on STD.
He worked on STD?
Yeah. He worked on it. Or did he
Nice.
say he had STD? Well, it's one or two.
So you got to see Klingon titties in real life.
Yeah. Ben will say, shut up. Shut up. I don't know people. I don't want everybody to know what my real job is. Yeah, actually, it's a guy that Ben actually cloned himself, and it's a guy with a channel on YouTube. I've got the guy's name, but he actually made his own version of Star Trek. Full fucking episode, full like 2-3 hour long episode.
Oh damn!
He did it all in Bryce and 3D Max with Poser.
Jesus.
Just using Bryce. You can see just using Bryce. I mean, it looks good because the original that's what they used in the actual Star Trek back in the day, back in the 90s.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't exactly out of line. He kind of still. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, back in the late 80s, they used Bryce. They used Bryce for the 3D effects in Next Generation for the ship flying through the universe and shit like that.
They used
Bryce.
Not
and
know
they used
that.
They used Bryce for all this shit. They used to use the model. They used to use the model for Star Trek, and then when Bryce came along, they just made a model, put it inside of Bryce, and that's what they started using. Like I think in the 90s, and then they went up to other software. But yeah, they actually filmed it in Bryce.
Oh, nice.
Sent the picture. He'll laugh at my story, but Ben Bryce. Yeah, they actually use Bryce. I mean, I don't know if you ever used Bryce.
Back in the day, yeah, I did.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody used Bryce.
Well, I mean, I was a Poser user, so it kind of went hand in hand for the environments and stuff.
What? You use Poser?
Yeah, I used Poser.
I
used to animate with Poser, man.
I used to too. I just couldn't make nothing with
I used to keyframe the hell out of it. I still see commercials every now and then, like when I'll be like at some point flipping through channels and stuff, like the local TV stuff.
Hey, let me show you something. If you think your storyboards are bad, check this one out. Check out my screen, man.
Put it on the screen.
It'll show up in a minute. Give it a second. But check out my screen, man. You'll see it. You see it?
Nope.
It'll pop up on my screen any minute. Just give it a second.
Wait, maybe I'm not watching your thing live. Hang on. There it is.
That's how Ben plots out his shit.
That's all you need, though. You know, if you just need the shot list, that's kind of what I do. If I ever do it, you know, it's like.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. I'm like. This is crippling. He said, "Yeah, that's his half-ass script." You know, but do I have any? I think I got some. I got examples of my storyboards, man. Let's go to
Open path. Hang on a
there it is.
second.
The one to the 74. So this is my DeviantArt page. Haven't been here in a while. I've not been here in a while, but I did some storyboards. Once again, more classwork. Here is one storyboard that I did. It's called Girl versus Pan. I think it was Panty Monster. Girl versus Panty Monster. And this is how I did all my storyboards. I did them all like this. You know, something real quick. I do this for class. You know, and I do the same approach where I make some squares. Let's see. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By 3, so looking at what 18 squares. So I make these 18 square. I make these large 18 square sheets, right?
Yeah.
And I would just. I mean, I got this from the Japanese dude. How they do they storyboards in Japan. So I just copied it.
Yeah.
I just copied it, and
I'll show
I
you.
did this for class.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just for class, and that's all I do. And I put all my I put all like my shot, zoom in, 6 shot this, shot that, you know, and right here the girl turns around. I mean that's basically how I did these storyboards right here. This is like this is for like a little short that somebody animated. And the other way I do it is this is the other way. This is the second one I did. And this one is a little bit. This is like if I was thinking about a symbiotic Titan type of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so I said, well, I want my own version of symbiotic Titan, so I did with this. You know, so this was more like if I was working for like Cartoon Network or something. If I was going to Cartoon Network, I was working for a show, so this is what I had to do. So I said, okay, and I was kind of a little more. These storyboards a little more detailed than my other one. Mm-hmm. But I had to explain everything, sound effects, what's it doing, what the characters are doing. It's like drawing.
That's too much. Hey, I'll give you a little behind the scenes on one of my projects. If you want to do a screen cap of my channel, or if whoever's watching this on One Guns wants to, like, for a little bit, switch over to my channel. Mm-hmm. I'll give you a little behind the scenes thing at one of the Batman episodes. And I'll show you the storyboards that we had, like that we were working with. So I have it on my screen now.
I'm gonna put your screen up.
Yeah, just put my screen up, that way they can see it.
Oh, you worked on this?
Yeah.
You worked on Batman anime series?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I did. I worked on several of them. This is from the Lego, not the Lego one. This is from the. This is from the Batman Missions web series, but yeah, no, I worked on like the older one too back in the day. But this one, okay, so basically, we have the storyboard panels, which look pretty fucking crude, you know, just basic dribbles, and then what we do is we put together the animatic, and from here, this is how we kind of build the episode, and this is kind of how I work, you know. So I'm gonna rewind it, and I'm probably gonna get copyrighted because this is already over on the Warner Brothers Kids. But yeah, you know, if they do, just come back and like mute the segment when this is playing. I'll play a few seconds of it.
Mission accomplished. Well, at least you got some fresh air.
You ain't playing. Did you hit the play button?
I'm playing the wrong one.
Well, at least you you got some fresh air.
Yeah, that's pretty much the wrong one.
I've hacked
Nothing's
into your
showing.
silly car. You know, the one that screams, "Look at me, I am Batman," says the guy in the bright green
Can you hear it?
suit.
This is
I'm turning you
this
up.
is the type of stuff. This type of stuff you should put in your
Oh, it's the overlay. Hang on. I will try to play it. I know how to play it. I'll put it through the OBS. Where's OBS? Okay, I'm just gonna drop it into OBS and I'll let it play that way.
It's me, the Riddler. I've hacked into your silly car. You know,
Can y'all hear it?
the one that screams,
I can't-
"Look
I
at
can't hear
me,
nothing.
I am Batman," says the guy in the bright green suit. I'm turning you off, Riddler. You can't. I'm in control, not you.
The sound is probably being
Transmission.
piped
Send to my
into
phone.
the channel
It's
itself,
the
but
end,
not through the
Batman.
Zoom.
Unless you solve
Yeah, I got
three
you. I got you
riddles.
playing. Oh, hold up.
First, who killed Humpty Dumpty?
Okay. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Stop
but,
the games, Riddler. And
I
the
mean,
car.
it's playing.
No guesses, Caped Cretans? Time's up.
So this
Who
is
killed
the
Humpty Dumpty?
animatic for
Why,
the
wall,
Riddler
of course.
episode,
Okay.
and it's just basic scribbles to see how it's gonna go.
Computer, deploy rocket launcher.
But the actual storyboard frames, I'll show you now what we did with them. We separate it into clips that belong into a single
You're
camera
alive?
perspective.
What a shame.
So
Shall
like
we
this
move
is
on
like
to
one
Riddle
camera
2?
angle, one shot,
If you
right
drive
there what you're
into
seeing,
Gotham
and then
City
it changes.
Harbor,
That's a different
what will you
angle.
become?
So that's where we
Batman,
cut
look
it.
The answer is wet.
And I have no way of pausing or whatever, so I'm just gonna delete it off the screen.
Oh, they just ejected out the car?
Yeah.
The seatbelts, doors, and windows are locked.
Slow-mo Batman arrived and brace themselves.
There's only one escape. A final riddle.
Pretty cool, man.
So yeah, by having the audio first, and you basically piece together the audio like it's a radio
And it's the
play,
end
and you
of
just
every
take your pieces. It doesn't matter if it's scribbles or whatever. It looks good when you see it
Bravo.
against the sound.
I'm afraid
So
I
by
lied.
looking at the animatic,
Enjoy your
everybody
design.
pretty much gets the idea.
That
Oh,
bonehead.
this is what it's gonna look like. This is the film right here.
got this.
So even though it's
I
not
got this.
finished,
I
you
got
get
this.
it. And
Right.
so it is the film. But you also see the camera changes, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree because it applies.
Well, at least
to,
you
it
got
applies
some fresh
to,
air.
Anything that's being animated, you know, any type of animation. If it has characters in it and the characters talk,
Yeah.
preferably you get the voiceovers first before you start animating.
Right, so-
Because the animation, because the voices are going to actually help you with your time and space. Believe that.
Yeah. So then we have the thing with the what we do is like each shot is broken down into with the audio. This is what I bring into like Cartoon Animator. So we take we number them into clips. So this is clip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and that's the clip numbers. And each animator just gets a clip. So this is a clip right here. Hang on. I'll put it on the OBS.
You
So that's
can't.
just one clip.
I'm in control.
So one animator gets that. That was like, see if I can play it again. I'll put it on loop.
You
So that's
can't.
just one clip.
I'm in
So-
control.
While you have that
You
clip
can't.
as an animator,
I'm
that's the
in
only
control.
piece that you need to worry about
You
animating.
can't. I'm in control.
It's like,
That's
okay,
it.
this is
You
the clip.
can't.
This is the
I'm
one
in
panel
control.
from the storyboard that
You
matters.
can't.
Just
I'm
animate
in
this one
control.
clip, and when you're done,
You can't.
put it into the
I'm
archive
in
and move
control.
on. Because everybody else who's
can't.
also animating,
I'm
they're
in
animating
control.
their single clips.
You can't.
And then, of
I'm
course,
in
you just piece it
control.
together at the
You
end, and
can't.
you have a finished
I'm
product.
in control.
But so you're just animating on
can't.
clip by clip.
I'm in control.
Oh shit!
You
I
can't.
deleted the wrong one.
I'm in control.
So
You
you're
can't. I'm in
doing
control.
this. You just doing little clips by clips that get pieced together later on. Let me see here. Show you what a finished one looks like. Let's see here.
After the escape of Gotham's most dangerous criminals, no one will sleep well
So that's another clip. Hang on, that's just another.
After
clip.
the escape of Gotham's most dangerous criminals, no one will sleep well tonight.
So that's the only clip that the person was responsible for animating. Okay, so let me find. Okay, 102. I don't think I have at hand some of the finished clips. I'll show you the final episode real quick. I'll just kind of come back and mute it later so I don't get copyrighted. Or I'll show you a piece of it anyways. I think this is it. Gotham's loose, Gotham City, blah blah blah. It doesn't have a description. I have a feeling this is it right here, episode 2.
So how long did you have the Batman gig?
This particular project lasted 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah, we did the whole web series in like 3 months.
6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Yeah, it was 8 weeks worth of work.
Do they still have it up?
Oh yeah. Look at this. This is episode 2 on DC Kids. 6.75 million subscribers. How many views? 2.3k thumbs up. I don't see. Oh, 967,000 views.
Damn.
Some of these have like millions of views, and they've reposted these over and over. So I might not be looking at the original one. Oh yeah, this is a repost. This contains several episodes pieced together. Hang on, let me see if I can find the actual episode so I don't have to go to find this whole thing. Part 2, part 1. Fuck. Come on, Ibis. Let's see. Batman Missions. Would help if I spell correctly. Joyride is the name of the episode. I don't see it. Oh, Matman Missions, really? Here it is. So this is the episode that you guys just saw the storyboard for.
But I do believe that type of animation right there is fairly quick. Once all the shit's made, it's fairly quick.
You make the G2 characters. They're all fully rigged. So at that point, you drag and drop them. I might still have some of those characters actually on that folder. I've forgotten I had this folder here. Oh, here's one of the project files.
Messed up, man.
What's in here? It's gonna open in Cartoon Animator 5, so it's probably gonna blow up. Because we made this in Crazy Talk 3.
I just made that. His whole crew. Yeah, how many people did you have working with you on that?
6 animators altogether.
And that was working under you, right?
I was. There was 2 teams. I was. I was in charge of one of the teams.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. So yeah. 6. It's 12 episodes. 6 of those episodes were mine from my team.
Wow. Yeah, he did that, man. I mean, and he did it with a Real Illusion product that they decided that they were going to like not go fuck up, or they decided to fuck it up.
I'm gonna try to open one of these up in. I mean, if they're probably not, they don't work anymore because it's a different version of the product. Where the fuck is my Cartoon Animator? I thought I had. It looks like it's open. Oh, here it is. Let's see if this opens it. It's taking its sweet ass time. Okay, it's trying to do something, but I'm telling you, some of these files were so big and stuff because they just weren't optimized properly. Okay, so this is a sequence where the Batmobile goes in the water and these guys just come out swimming. So we use perception neuron on this too for the motion capture.
Oh, hold up. Let me. Oh shit, that's not your. Hold up, man. I just had your channel up for a second ago. Where is it?
So this is just that one scene. It's about 100 frames long, maybe less than 100 frames. Let me see. So like I said, we do the storyboards, and we just work on the one clip at a time. One clip. That way we only focus on the one clip that we need, save it, and then just move on to the next clip. Okay, are you done with your sequence? All right, here's another one.
I think that's cool, man. Cause like they actually like the little freaking toys.
Yeah,
Moving around.
and that was the purpose of it too, because they were at the time they were I don't know who the client was. I think the client hires DC to make and DC is Warner Brothers. So Mattel hired DC to make the series based on their toy line, because basically they're pimping out the toys, you know. But yeah, this is Cartoon Animator. Some of these fish were just drawn inside of Adobe Flash and animated, and they're just dropped in as props. There's the composition right there. And of course, the characters themselves are G2 characters. If I can get out of here, so I can go in here, animation, 3D motion key editor. So here's the guy here. You can see the little 3D rig.
I can't see too much because your quality's at 360 here. So let me put it
Oh.
there. There we go. Now I can see you. Now you're clear.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I did switch.
So.
I see it. 3D motion key.
Yeah, CTA 4 is definitely better than CTA 5 if you are working with G2 characters.
Oh no! Somebody said something about so. He said Martin Stewart says so. Crazy Talk Animator 4 is better than the new Crazy Talk Animator 5. And I think you're about to answer that question, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely better if you are working with G2 characters. If you're working with their G3 character stuff, then probably not.
Look how you're moving that arm around. That's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him to like face the camera.
Damn. I mean, it's actually like a
So
3D character pretending that it's a 2D character. A
Yeah.
2D character pretending that that's
So-
damn.
I mean, basically, well, that's what it is. It's a 3D skeleton, but with the 2D sprites mapped against each bone, so that depending on which way the bone is facing, it switches the sprite. It's fucking genius, man. That's
So what did they do? What did they to explain what did they do in Crazy Talk 5 Animator that like destroyed your workflow?
they removed the vector grouping tool. I mean, they're trying to phase out the G2 characters altogether, and that's understandable. You know, it's your tool. You do whatever the fuck you want with it. But as long as the G2 characters work, I can continue working with it. I'm fine. You know. But this time around, they have this thing that allows you to group. I'll show you a quick demo. It will take me like 30 seconds.
You bought the Crazy Talk 5, right?
I did. I kind of do, because one way or another, you know, if regardless of whether I'm making content with Cartoon Animator or about Cartoon Animator, I think it's better that I own it, because if I'm going to be talking shit about something, I don't want them throwing it back at me that, oh, you don't even own the product. So I'm going to...
It's some people I know. But anyway.
So I'm just going to...
He's asking, Rand wants to know, what is Moho?
Moho is something by a company called Lost Marble. It's like it's another animation product. It's a little bit more difficult to use, but it has like a its focus is a lot more on morphing the what do you call it, the lines and the shapes, which Adobe Anime can do too, by the way.
Yeah.
All the line morphing
It's
and
a
stuff.
Japanese. It's a Japanese program that
They-
they use. They use that in Japan a lot with some of the stuff they do.
Yeah, they were bought out by the same company that owned Poser for a while, and I don't know what happened. They lost their license or something, and they had changed the name.
Smith Micro. It was called It was some anim. It's called animation something. like
Anime
that.
Studio. Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
yeah,
Anime
they
Studio.
changed it to Anime Studio. It was called Moho first, but they changed it to Anime Studio. And okay, so, but yes, and then it just went back to being called Moho. But I don't know. Somehow they dissolved the company. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Smith Micro. Smith Micro have bought it and changed the name, and just like Poser, they sold it off. I think it was a company called E Frontier who owned Poser at first, right?
Yeah,
And then they got bought up by Smith Micro. So when Poser 7 was like the last one E Frontier did, and then it went over to Smith Micro. Smith Micro got their hands on it and made it more expensive and even more difficult to use. It didn't really do a lot to it, you know. They really didn't make a lot of content for it, you know. They had it for, I think they had it all up to version 10, to 10, I think.
uh-huh.
It may have been 10 or 9, and then the funny thing is Renderosity bought it. Somehow Renderosity got their hands on it. And Renderosity, now, I don't know what it is about Renderosity, but it seems like their stuff is kind of stuck in the past. You know,
Yeah.
it's like there's, I don't see nothing evolving
Yeah.
with what they have on it. 'Cause if you still work with Victoria 4, Michael 4 characters and clothing outfits, that's a perfect place for you to go. You know, but when it comes to like the newer stuff, you know, I don't know what it is. You know, like I said, they got Poser. I'm tempted to go and like get Poser just to see if anything's changed. You
Right.
know, just to see if it's a better program than it was. Now I know that Poser off the bat is an easy animation. It's an easy program to use if you're doing like frame to frame 3D animation because they have some really good tools. You know,
Right.
versus iClone. But since everything now is more heavily geared to motion capture and shit like that, you know, and Poser didn't want to change. You know, it took them a long time to start getting FBX, to import FBX files into their program.
Yeah.
Long time. You know, and a lot of the content that was coming out, you know, back in the early 2000s, 2010, 2011 was all like FBX import. So
Yeah.
I was working inside of Maya and Max and Motion Builder at the time, and most of the stuff I was doing, I had to bring in and have to re-rig stuff because all it took was BVH files, you know, and I got to the point that I just stopped using BVH files because it's just the worst waste of time. You know, I started using FBX files, and then I found out, you know, that Poser, when you bring animations into Poser, they don't read the joint translations, only the rotations.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I'm like,
Yeah, that's kinda wacky.
So yeah, so it's like, so that's why when I bring an animation that I work my ass off in Motion Builder, then bring it over here inside of Poser, it's off, and I have to sit back and correct shit. I'm like, I shouldn't have to do that because I spent like hours inside of Motion Builder doing this. And then I bring it over here and I have to correct shit. I'm like, I was pissed. So then I watched this video Manion did, and Manion just said it like this. Manion said, yeah, Poser doesn't read translations of the joint, just it only reads the rotations. So I'm like, damn. Like, damn, so that's the problem. So
Right.
I said, well, let me check out Real Illusion. So that's when I brought Real Illusion 5, and I took some animations into Real Illusion 5, the trial version, and it was a like 1-for-1 match. Like everything I did inside of Motion Builder transferred exactly over to iClone. I was like, yeah, like this is what I'm going to use now, you know.
Okay, so check this out. You can continue telling the story.
No,
in a minute,
I'm
real
watching
quick.
you.
Let me update the folks real quick. So I created this quick apple inside of Adobe Animate, inside of Flash, right? I exported the Flash movie into, Cartoon Animator 4, drag and drop, select it, go into composer mode. Here we have this feature that for professionals or anybody actually creating stuff that's original is pretty much essential, you know, right here. Vector grouping tool. You click on that and you start grouping objects, right? So it detects that inside of this this clip there's 3 shapes. So here's my outline. So I'm gonna assign that to my outline. Apply. Boom. That's the stem. I'm gonna apply that to maybe skin 2. And here's my apple, the body, right? I'm just gonna give that because that's the main color. I'm just gonna call it the skin 1, and I'm done. So now I have this prop when I go, I can put on the marketplace, or I can put it on my little shelf or whatever. If I'm building a scene that requires a bunch of apples, you know, well, that's a bunch of apples, right? But the cool thing about having that vector tool is that I can now go into render styles and skin 1. Oh, now I have a green apple. Now I have a blue apple.
So this is Crazy Talk 4 or 5?
This is 4. This you can do this in Crazy Talk 2, 3, 4, and 4.5. And you can do it. You can do it in 5 also, but you can't use the vector grouping tool anymore. So how even though you can change the color of these objects, you can't actually create them so that you can make them this way.
Oh, well, that seems like they just cause you to do more work. I mean, it
does.
like more work.
And see, like I have like this character here. Okay, so this is Billy. It was created using the vector grouping tool, you know, adjusted the color things. So he can be a white kid, he could be a black kid. You know, you can give him whatever race you want. You know, you just change his color.
Is that the first one you made or the new one you made?
This is Billy 2.0.
Oh, okay. You could definitely like turn his head and stuff around and.
Oh yeah. This is a G2 character, so I can use the 3D.
Oh dang! I could make him look like Yoda.
Yeah, you can convert him into Yoda. You can open up the template and just modify some of the sprites.
They take the ears and make them
Look,
like these.
So G3 characters cannot do this, you know, and you cannot 3D manipulate these guys in 3D space.
You can't do what you're doing right now inside of 5.
No.
Oh,
Well, you can do it with G2 characters. You can't do this with G3 characters.
Oh, damn.
G3 characters just basically stand there, look at the camera, and move their mouths up and down and flap their arms up and down. They don't have this 3D movement. And, you know, it's stupid. I mean, it's just dumb to get rid of that. But the point is, I can take this model that I created for this apple and put it into Cartoon Animator 5 now, and it'll continue to work. I can change the colors and stuff. But if I try to create one, so I'm going to launch Cartoon Animator 5, and I'll show you what happens.
So, question. I mean, have you asked them, are they going to add it back, or
They're not. It's not their priority anymore. They don't believe in G2 characters. They don't want anything to do with it. They think it's too difficult. People complain too much. Of course, people complain too much. They don't want the work. The hobbyists.
The hobbyists. Well, the hobbyists. I mean, that's why iClone was so fucked up for so long. You know, for all those years since 3, 4, 5. The hobbyists were getting in there and giving them like bad suggestions. You know, they're like, well, whatever you guys say. You know,
That's the one who pays that's the crowd that pays their bills, though. You know, unfortunately,
you know,
but
so
they
now,
had such a good opportunity to like put their foot in the door with real professionals. Major studios were using the product, and they just fucking dropped the ball, dude. But okay, so I dropped this Flash movie back in here with the Apple. I'll go into composer mode. Look, I have render style. So if this was already configured, yeah, I could change the colors. But I can't actually use the vector grouping tool anymore. So I can't make it so that I can set up this prop to have its colors changed. So I can't make characters that have their skin color changed. I can't create props that have their leaves and their whatever body parts change. It's stupid. They completely left it out. So they butchered it. They lobotomized it. So I probably be using Cartoon Animator 5 because it's probably more stable. But you know.
Yeah, well, you know, the hobbyists. I mean, that's why a lot of us kind of Ben says like curve editor. Why do we need that? Man, that was my biggest peeve that I had with them, right? Because like back in 6, I think it was 5 going to 6.
There were people like really complaining and asking for it.
Yeah, I was actually, I was like, listen, y'all need a curve editor so people can like fix some of this shit, you know, and fix some of these motions and stuff to smooth out these joint rotations and get rid of some glitching, you know. And the hobbyists were like, yeah, we don't like it. Stay with this stupid motion builder. Yeah, we can't do it. And it was just stupid, and you can tell the stupidity of it all, you know, especially during the contest, because like I use motion builder, everybody. I mean, but man. If we can go back in time, man, I don't like going back in time, but yeah, just take for instance when I won the contest. They was like, well, he used a Pro Tool. I was like, ain't that the whole purpose of the contest? They want to see their program, their stuff being used with professional stuff, you know? So they don't, you know, it was nothing but like, you know, regular people, the ones who make the dance videos, the ones who make the real stupid animated shit. They're the ones who doing all the complaining. One guy did, I forgot what it was. Somebody did something, and then he was saying like I should be disqualified or some shit. And I basically did this. I went back and I got the text where they said that you can use any 3D program as long as use iClone. So I could have used iClone shit with Max and Maya as long as I used them in some type of pipeline. Because back then they didn't have one. They didn't have a pipeline to go to third party shit. You had to like jigger rig shit, right?
Right.
You know, I had to jigger rig stuff to make it work. But I was actually using Pro Tools. I was using Max, Maya. I was using my Blender. I was using Blender. I was using Max and stuff like that, and I was integrating my stuff with iClone. I was bringing my stuff from these programs to iClone, where everybody else was just using iClone for everything. They use iClone for video editing. They use iClone. So I used everything. I used Photoshop. I used After Effects. I used Vegas, Sony Vegas. I used like all these tools that professionals use to make content with, you know. And this is why I was still learning. While I was in school, I was learning shit. That's how I had access to the stuff. So they started complaining and yelling because my stuff. Because when you look at the video, even though it's dated now, but it was better. It was pretty good for the time, you know. But like I said, they was in there yelling and screaming. So I had to actually take out the text where they actually said that you can use other programs because they want to see a pipeline. They want to see somebody, you know, pipeline their shit, right? From one program to another. So that's what I did, you know, and I figured I think I probably won because I actually showed myself using these programs with iClone. Nobody else did. Yeah. They want to see you do progress. Nobody else did. Well, so this one guy, I was saying this is a video game. I forgot the video game called, but the guy I think he actually used video game clips and strung them together. And I think that's what he did. I think he used an actual game engine and made his contest entry inside of a game engine and submitted that to the contest. And I was like, I don't think that's what they wanted you to do. I don't think that's what you want to do. Then he got mad at me, so I just said, okay, you know, all right. So I had to find in the rules where it said that I can use this, and a lot of people just like him. So I just took that and I posted it up there, and I made sure I put it in big red bold print so they can read it. And like, this is from the rules. So so there's nothing wrong with what I did, you know. So but it was pretty. It was a pretty stupid argument because right then I said, you know what? There's a big difference between the people who want to use this to go farther with their work and the people who are just stuck.
Yeah.
You know, there's just people who are just stuck and use the program, and that's where they are.
Just playing around with it too.
Yeah, I don't play. I try to make content, you know. I try to make content to make a living, you know.
So apparently, Cartoon Animator 5 cannot open files that were created in Crazy Talk Animator 3.
What?
Yeah, I just crashed the program like 3 times trying to open some files, and yeah, it crashed every time. But 4.5 still works, I think. I'm gonna try one again, but Yeah, that was a. That's another reason why I bought it just so I can be able to play with it, experiment with, it, see if I find something new in it that I might like to use.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, my workflow is okay. They've completely gone beyond it. So
Yeah, I think they should. I think should like listen to people like you. People who actually use their stuff for professional means, and say, okay, well, if he's using this and he's trying to convince, like, Warner Brothers looking into this shit. Damn, it's crashed again.
I was their biggest evangelist when it came to using that tool as a professional tool, man. I just swore by it. It's like, man, this is gonna save so much time because even Adobe Animate doesn't do this, with the character rigs and the multidimensional stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I got a guy who actually uses Animate, and he said he told me that like a lot of people are actually moving to Cartoon Animator, but I don't know if he's saying did he mean by 4 or 5, because if what you're saying is true, which you just showed me seems to be true,
version 5, yeah.
That's going to cause people to go back to Animate, because they took the grouping tool out, and the grouping tool is like one of the main things that because I do believe
with the coloring,
Animate has a grouping tool.
It doesn't, but it's not that hard. Because the grouping tool is for the color changes, and Animate has this thing where you can use a bitmap. Well, I mean, they have it now where it's more standardized, like Toon Boom Harmony, and you can create colors that you can just update on the fly and just change the colors if you want of a character. But it's not that great. If you get a swatch, for example, though, if you're using a solid color, let me see if I have a swatch available real quick.
Ben said, Ben says he has his dumb article he's writing that goes through everything. It says, mentioned when I first saw iClone when it was in version 4. He said he was skeptical. Then he thought it was terrible. Only a few made stuff at the time, but once he got it for a contest, he said he was mad. So, yeah. If he used it in 4, so I used iClone before he did, because I actually had iClone 3. A friend of mine gave me a copy of it. I was over his house one day, and he said I was using Dash 3D at the time. This is when I first started using Dash, and I thought Dash was the shit back in the day. I was like, all right, yeah, until I learned it's very limited. But so he gave me saying, you like Dash, you probably like this too. So I got iClone 3, and I started using it. I had fun using it, but the characters just look god awful. I mean, like, you're coming from Dash with the Michael 3 character and Victoria 3 with it looked really good, and then you go to the ugly ass like Tomb Raider for the PS1.
Oh yeah.
Looking characters. I'm like, this looks horrible.
Yes. All right, so I'm gonna link this to my Adobe Photoshop real quick. I'm gonna show you this cool trick that you can do inside of Adobe Animate, inside of Flash, and you've been able to do this ever since the beginning. It's just people never caught on to it.
Ben says that he came from a very limited filmmaking tool, and iClone was a huge change. And he also says it was way better than I expected. The saying that poor craftsman blames his tools applied, and Sidon came along and ripped into my work, and he helped me really get into iClone. Yeah, that's all it takes to take somebody to kick me in the ass and get better. So everybody's saying, why are we still looking at the Apple?
Because I'm going to demonstrate this thing real quick. We're
in demo mode, folks.
Flash has this quirk. It's always had this, okay? So Toon Boom has always touted that they always had the dynamic color system. And right now we were talking about the vector grouping tool, right?
Right.
So the vector grouping tool is for the purpose of changing a color. So basically Flash has had this thing where it allows you to paint with a bitmap. And this could be like a texture bitmap, like you can go in Photoshop and create like a texture of like brains and color with that texture. It's it's a really cool effect. But if you just stick to solid colors, and you know, it goes into your little library thing. So here you can see this color, right? So all I have to do here is go into this bitmap itself and edit it. It's gonna open it inside of Photoshop. Or should open it in Photoshop.
That looks good, man. Every time I see that, that looks good. That looks fucking great. Every time.
So here's the bitmap swatch that from Animate inside of Photoshop. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the color.
The green or
Blue. I save it, and now it's blue. But when I update it, so I can draw my characters any way I like, as long as I color them using bitmap swatches. I can come back, and as long as I just update that swatch, everywhere that I've colored using that swatch is gonna get updated.
so that's good with the workflow. That makes you move fast.
So you don't need the vector grouping tool. If you want to use something like that in Adobe Animate, you just paint with bitmap swatches, and it's actually more powerful because you know, you can literally do textured based stuff. You know, let me see this here.
I'll ask you something. Have you tried the grease pencil in Blender?
It's too difficult for me to use, man. I can't get accustomed to it.
I haven't really put no time in it. I mean, I've seen some wonderful stuff.
It seems that you have to be perfect in the way that you draw every single time, every little stroke. You don't have the option to like rough anything out or draw roughly or, you know, finesse it. It's like every line has to be like super on purpose, and I just can't draw like that. I can't animate like that. At least give me some layer, some bitmap layer where I could just rough draft stuff and then trace it with the grease
I thought
pencil.
they had onion skin. I thought they had onion skins and stuff in there like that.
They probably do, but I don't think they work the same way in where you can draw in 2D and then overlay on top of that your grease pencil. I don't think it works that way.
I've actually used the. I haven't animated it, but I have drawn it in it, and it feels pretty good. I mean, it feels natural drawing in it.
Yeah.
You know, because the people that designed it actually consulted really good like traditional artists. Actually, it ain't like they had a bunch of technical guys like creating it, right?
Right.
They actually had people come in and professional like artists come in and had them and work like side by side to actually get it the way it is now. And it worked to me. It works pretty good, you know. I just haven't did any animation with it. I mean, I'm just going like a straight, the frame by frame animation, without doing no poses or nothing. So I'm going like pose to pose animation,
Right.
versus like you know, the other way. But it seemed like it'll work, you know. And I'm thinking about going and trying it some more. But like I said, I've drawn in it, but I haven't animated it yet.
Yeah, I've seen some of the work that's been produced, and it's fucking brilliant and stuff. But I just don't have the patience to be drawing like that.
Yeah, but I think somebody with a lot of time in hand, I mean, and we have seen it because the artwork that's been put out by this program is just amazing, you know.
So check this out. This is like the difference. I mean, you're coloring with a bitmap, right? So
I would not eat that apple. Who gave that apple? Some old lady with long fingernails and wearing a cloak. Asked about somebody named Snow White and handed me this. Like,
Yeah, I said, all right. Where the hell is my... I'm looking for this other tool. Fuck. I moved my stuff around. But anyways, this thing, I'm painting with a bitmap texture, so you can fill in the shape, and then you can modify the bitmap any way you want, and any way that you used it, it updates itself. So that's something that it's always been in Flash. Nobody really uses it. Nobody understands it. But that's basically the same thing that Toon Boom does with their dynamic color system, and that's the same thing that's almost the same thing that Cartoon Animator does. Actually, no, it's not, because Cartoon Animator is giving the shapes an actual ID name, and it's changing their colors dynamically. So it's not using bitmaps for that. But yeah. All right, you can go back to your stream now. I think I'm done with it.
Wait, it's doing it dynamically. Ain't that better than the other way? I mean,
It is. Like the dynamic color shifting is definitely better. I like that more in the Cartoon Animator 4 and below. It's definitely better. For the purpose of like textured stuff, the Flash thing is better because I've tried using bitmap textures inside of Cartoon Animator, and it doesn't do the tiling. It just keeps it like at the top here. So like if I were to export this thing out, actually, you know what? I'm gonna export that apple, right? And I'm gonna show you what it looks like inside of Cartoon Animator. It's not gonna look like this. It's just gonna have like this corner up here, if it does have it. Make sure I exported it. Okay, so there's the apple right there. And see, this is the Flash player. So the Flash player is still alive. Flash player version 35. It's just not for the web, you know. So I'm gonna drag and drop it in here. Look at that. So that's how it interpreted it.
Wow. Man.
So it doesn't support bitmap textures.
Too bad I don't use this program.
Yeah.
I see this one guy. Let me go to Real Illusion website real quick. Let me go there. Real Illusion. So this one guy did like a.
I'm done with the demos though. So if you want to put your screen back on and talk over that one, you're good.
Let's go to Real Illusion real quick. Here it is, Real Illusion. Where is it? Video. This one guy, he's always on here, and he did a motion comic with a little ninja chick.
Oh yeah, I think I saw clips of
yeah,
that.
Here it is. Yeah, this guy right here. This is the webinar. This look cool, man. I mean, he did this all. I don't know what his process was, but I think he used like he like drew the stuff out in like maybe Photoshop or something like that.
Yeah,
he brought it all in here. Yeah, so I mean, if I get Cartoon Animator, I'll be doing this type of stuff, not the animated stuff. But I wish he did a tutorial on how he pulled this off too.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, motion comics. I mean, I don't know. People still make motion comics.
I don't know if they ever got big. They got big for a little while, huh? Because everybody was making them inside of Flash.
Yeah, everybody's making them Flash, and yeah, they were big for a minute. You know, I don't know what happened to them. I don't see too many of them. I know Marvel did it a lot with the early like phase. I think it was phase 1.
Yeah.
Phase 1 of phase 2 of Marvel Universe. They used to put out a lot of those, but I haven't seen them put out anything like that in a while. So,
the flaw that I see in using Animate for motion comics is that for the most part you're almost always going to end up using After Effects or Premiere to polish everything off. And really what you're doing with the motion comics is you're just moving layers around, and you could just do that in After Effects. You could save yourself the middleman. Yeah, you could just bring your layers into it, and but I mean, if you're gonna have your characters move their mouths around and things like that, then yeah, it's something that I would definitely recommend it for. Almost every animated effect in that demonstration is done outside of Cartoon Animator. Cartoon Animator is basically just being used as a compositor. Unless they're doing the voices, though. If they're doing voices, then and they want to synchronize them, then yeah, Cartoon Animator has the better option for that, to synchronize all this stuff. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still here.
I'm like, okay, I think it dropped.
No, I'm still here. I was just fiddling around with something real quick.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get something done real quick.
I got some really good noise cancellation because I thought the whole thing got dropped.
Nah, you good, man.
You know, phone companies actually have to put in white noise in the background of your conversation because the technology is so good that you know people are always constantly going, "Are you still there? Are you still there?" Because they don't hear nothing, the noise cancellation. So they have to drop in artificial noise into your phone call so you can think, so you know that it's still connected.
Waiting for this stupid thing to load up. I'm waiting for something to load up. Yeah. Well, actually, what I'm doing is actually what I'm doing over here is I'm going through my I'm going through my script here, and I'm making sure, you know, putting in like how many words in the how many words are in the script and stuff like that for each character, so I'll know like when I get try. I might just like get you know, I might have to hire at least one person to come in and do some voicing and stuff like that. So make sure, like I gotta make sure, because I got Mr. My only character I got Mr. Smiles. He has he tops out at like over 300 words, and that's pretty expensive.
Well, you know, I'm happy to do it, bro. Just
I know.
It's no big deal.
I just want to make sure, you know, and I do this all the time, you know. When I get ready to send my scripts out and stuff, I always go back and see like how much I've written, you know. But sometimes I can always go back and rewrite stuff, and I always proofread. I go back and, you know, that's why chat AI is so helpful, because it will rephrase your shit to make it sound better and redo your sentences to where, you know, I'm a person who thinks a lot, you know, who thinks, and sometimes that thinking, you know, converts itself to compound sentences. You know, and by the time I realize what I did, like, I gotta make this shorter. You know, like, damn, what can I do? You know, so that's what I say. But with the AI, I can just like, hey, can you take this and resize, you know, reformat this to make it shorter, but the same point, and they'll go sure, and they'll do it, and it'll lop off like about 80 words.
Wow.
It'll lop out like I'll sit back and write something, right, and I keep forgetting that this is like dialogue versus like actual, right. I would go from like dialogue to story. It's just something I just do, and I would be like writing dialogue, and then I go into story mode, writing the dialogue, and then somehow, some way, the whole thing gets fucked up because now I got a paragraph. The character says a whole fucking paragraph. You know, damn. You know, and I got to go back and redo that. You know, because I got to think about lines versus, you know, all the other shit. Because all the other shit is shit you're gonna put in the action line. Shit you're gonna have in the description area, and all the other shit. So, it's hard to get around, you know. Since this is not what I do, you know, writing scripts ain't what I do, and I can't really find nobody to write the shit for me, so I have to do it myself, you know. Which I have, you know. And I found this program called Final Draft. I've been using Final Draft since I was in school. I
used to use that program like religiously. That was my go-to program.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I've always used that. I mean, I think other programs like Celtex and stuff like that, you know, and that's it. I also remember people. Oh, Vince going to say. So I also remember people were blown away from Skygrove when I did that glass shattering a long time ago. Yeah, I was blown away too, because I'm like, how the fuck you do that inside of iClone? It's like there's no particle effects in iClone. How did you do it, Ben? To this day, Ben has never told nobody.
Oh, wow.
Keep your secrets, Ben.
It's like trade secrets, motherfucker.
Yeah, trade your secrets. They do have the onion skin, and you can overlay it, but it's a little bit of learning that has to be done. He's talking about Blender.
Yeah,
Talking about Blender.
I'm not gonna do that little bit of learning. I'm good. They have there's this guy who has been working on this project to convert Flash files into Blender grease pencil lines. So, and he's been able to successfully take any like a Flash movie, like that apple that I drew in Flash. He could take that and just import it into Blender now, and it'll be a grease pencil drawing, and he's been able to get it to work. The problem that he's having is with the layer control. He has no way of controlling the layering system. So as long as your drawings are solid, you can bring those into Blender. So theoretically, anybody who wants to do traditional hand-drawn animation in Blender and wants to use the grease pencil but doesn't want to fuck around with the grease pencil could just animate in Adobe Animate, do all your traditional animation in there, and just import that into Blender as a grease pencil rendering. So it's an open source project, and you can download it. I think it's called Swiftler or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I gave him a copy of a lot of my templates and like G2 characters and stuff. I'm like, well, if you ever figure out this thing, maybe you can figure out a way to rig a 3D skeleton to them. Here's some samples.
Man, if he figures that shit out, man, we know you're gonna be gone, right?
I'm completely gone from the. There's no more cartoon animator because basically I need to be able to continue working with the multi-dimensional character things, rigs, right. And if I can do that in Blender, that's definitely gonna bring me over to the dark side.
Martin says that you two are a great stream team.
Because we bullshit and talk shit about stuff.
Talk shit, yeah. It says, Ben says, it's like Coca-Cola recipe, except I mentioned how to do it a few times before. Self-fracture in Blender, make them a physics object, then make a wrecking ball, animate, and bake the animation. Oh, okay, so he's baking the... Well, okay, so how did you get it back in the iClone? I mean, come on, Ben. Stop being vague, dude. Stop holding back.
It's easy. You just do the thing. You just wiggle the button. You just wiggle the thing.
How he says how he did it inside of Blender. But okay, that's cool. We already know how to do that shadow effect inside of Blender. How did you get it back into iClone? How was you able to texture all that stuff and bring it back into iClone? Inquiring minds want to know. All right, how did you do it, Ben? Stop stretching it out like Laffy Taffy, dude. Go ahead and tell us.
Stop the teasing. The teasing.
Yeah, tell us, Colonel Sanders. Stop messing with us. This ain't unsolved mysteries.
It might be easy to please, but not that easy to tease, brother.
Well, I did this in Blender. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, but how did you get it back out? You can't bring that. I mean, I could do that stuff all day in Blender. I'll never be able to bring it in iClone. I can be like, what you think you're doing? You know we're a primitive ass program. We can't do that. You know. He says, this is strange. He says, import it as an FBX animation, include it and play it up. So, okay, let me get this right. So, you shatter it. You do the physics things, and you shatter it, right? And after you shatter it, on the timeline, I guess you scroll the time. You make sure the keyframe stuff on the timeline. Then after that, you just save the whole scene out as an FBX file. Then you re-import it into iClone, and you say it's going to work like that. We will see, Mr. Tuttle. We will see. We're going to try that out.
Put that shit to the test.
Yeah, it needs to be tested. Because I remember what he did. I remember when I first saw that, when he did that side of iClone. I was like, holy shit, how the hell do you do that? And he said how he did it, and then it was like a lost art. It was a lost art, and then I just remembered it when he said something. I was like, yeah, I remember that. How did you do it? Shader. He says shatter, bake the keyframes, and export it FBX. All right, so that's the Colonel Sanders secret.
That would make sense. I think. Yeah, I think I get that. He literally went through the process of like every frame was a unique frame containing a different model.
Yeah. So he said it's what he did. So
He just grunt worked his way through it, man. He just fuck. I don't know. Yeah, that's just like he just powered his way through that. That seems like a lot of work to me.
You bake it as an entire scene. Yeah, you bake it as a visual key with object bake and then export that as an FBX. He is correct. Okay, Quasi confirmed that's the way you do it. So, all right, Quasi. He said you can have characters throwing each other the wall. I mean, that'd be a cool effect. Inside of iClone to have like some type of fight between two characters. They like fighting like John Wick style and they're crashing through glasses. Have you seen John Wick yet?
I've seen it.
Oh man, ain't that the most greatest movie that was made before someone got here?
I don't know, man. I like my movies with like an actual like substance script. I mean, action films are fine, but
Right.
they're like the first thing I forget about.
I kind of liked it because it was just like straight to the punch, straight action all the way through.
It doesn't pretend to be anything else though. I do like that about it. It's a
Right.
straight up action flick. We haven't had any of those since the 80s where it's just action film for the purpose of being an action film.
Action film, man. That's what I've been missing, man. I've been missing a good action film for a long time. You know, and since once again, we go back to the 80s, you had like The Predator, you had
Commando.
Yeah, Commando. You had all that good shit. They don't make movies like that no more, man. They don't make good action movies. You ain't got to think about it. You ain't got to think about who's trying to date who or who's trying to have. But no, it was a straight up balls to the wall
Action film, and if there was a hot chick within the first 15 minutes, you knew that's the one that he would end up with.
Yeah, he's one of them. That's the ones who get kidnapped and he had to go and save. You know.
Yeah.
That's what's about, man. And I miss those type of movies, man. The non-thinking man's movies.
Man movies.
The mansplaining movies. You know.
What's there to explain? See, that the whole concept of mansplaining is wrong. Men don't explain shit. It is what it is. It's like you get it, you don't get it. What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
They gotta explain shit to you.
we don't have to explain them.
This is a stupid action movie. That's it. There's no explanation.
Yeah.
But why is that guy doing the split between the two things? I'm like, it is what it is, woman. It looks cool.
Those type of movies you have to negotiate with, because you're just like, okay, babe, we're gonna see your movie. I promise you, if you let me go see this movie, we're gonna see your movie after. And that's how that shit works. So you gotta be like, you take when your movie's over, then tomorrow you come back, or that day you go and watch her movie, and you just make sure you don't fall asleep.
Dude, you just have a bad dating hustle, bro. I mean, me was like, you're like, we'll see yours next. I'm like, no, we'll see yours next if there's time.
Yeah, as soon as you get home,
If there's
like,
time.
hey,
We're out of time.
You get home, she be like, okay, girl, let's go hit them shit. You like, get first time. Alright, yeah. Your time is on the couch tonight, brother.
I remember. Do you remember that movie? They made a whole series out of it, Alien Nation. And this thing was so fucking 80s, man. And because before the series, there was like an actual movie, and I was trying to watch that with my girlfriend the other day. And because I remember I loved the series and stuff, and here's the movie, which I haven't seen since I was a kid. And I'm gonna put it on, let's watch it, whatever. And like, dude, within 15 minutes, it's nothing but guns, pow, 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 pow. What the fuck is this? It's like even I got annoyed from it. It's like, dude,
that was the first movie where I saw that fucking automatic fucking shotgun that dude was shooting through the car. I mean,
oh yeah.
That car up. It shot through the freaking ram. I'm like, like, damn. And, at the time, we was living in like in Illinois, East St. Louis, which was like back in the 80s, that was like crack heaven back then. I said, Dad, you need to get one of those.
East St. Louis still is pretty fucked up. I was there not too long ago. It was like, it looks like a fucking desert now. It's like nobody lives there. What the hell?
Everybody moved out like during the 90s. Everybody started moving out to St. Charles. It was actually downtown St. Louis was just like abandoned at one point.
Wow.
And like the early 2000s, they did a revitalization. They had people from like Denver, because though Denver had redid their downtown, right? They redid it. So they got this committee that fixed Denver. They brought them to St. Louis, and what they did is they did the same thing. And what they did is basically they just got rid of all the poor people. They got rid of the old bums and replaced it with new bums. And yeah, they actually revitalized St. Louis a lot. But it took them 20 years to do it. You know, it took them a long time to do it. You know, it's about 25 years later, and all the people have basically left. You know, they've torn down like all the derelict buildings. They've done a lot of stuff. You know, from when I used to work down there to like now, it's a totally different city. You know, some of the old parts are left, but I guarantee you that like the college, like if you go like near where the colleges is, like Washington University, and especially towards Washington University went into that area, which is derelict. It's a big, huge derelict area. They went and bought all that, and they've started tearing it. They've been tearing that shit down for like last maybe 8-9 years, and rebuilding like houses for campus for the student houses, you know. So they've done a lot. I mean, they're doing a lot. You know, if you was here like recently, you probably most likely went to like the last vestige of the old St. Louis, the what's left. But they've went in and like all these little spotty areas, like Central West End, they've expanded that. The Washington University, they expanded that. In downtown, they expanded. So they're all expanding that shit like kind of like northwards. And it looks like a different city, man. Totally different city. I mean, I actually live here, and it looks totally different from when I used to work down there. You know, I live out in the county, but I'm thinking about moving to the city. But it just depends. You know, it looks nice. It looks clean.
Yeah, I've been looking to move back to St. Louis myself, man. I've been looking at apartments over in that University City, Forest Park.
Yeah, that's the area I'm talking about, because like I said, they've started like I think all WashU owns all that. WashU bought most of that out, and they're building some nice houses and stuff over there. You know, especially around the Loop. The Loop has always been like protected ground. You know, it's always been protected ground. But some of the area around there got kind of like derelict, but they've started to buy up some of that old stuff. They're tearing it down, and they're building businesses there. They're building homes there. They're building apartments there. So yeah, I mean that's a good area. You know, especially if you go further up into Clayton, but that's expensive. But moving up by Clayton, that's like our version of Beverly Hills out there by Clayton. I mean, that's when you go to Clayton is where I saw my first Lotus. So I was going to the art store out there. They had this big art store out there called Dick Blick. And I was up there driving in my itty bitty white little Nissan, going up there, and this fucking Lotus just pulled up beside me. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is that? I've never seen that before. It was a fucking Lotus. I'm like, damn.
I used to know a guy who would drive one. When I worked at HostGator, he was like, I think it was like the VP of programming or some bullshit title, and he used to drive that motherfucker all around. And the HostGator building is like in a ghetto part of town in Houston, so it was like so out of place. He was always being super protective of that fucking car.
Oh yeah,
that guy was crazy.
Lotus. And I heard the Lotus is like a low end exotic car. You know. It's like if you're too poor to own a Lamborghini, or if you're not that rich.
It's still nice though. It's fucking impressive. Yeah. I'll tell you that much.
It's impressive, you know. But they said that the new Corvette, that son of a bitch right there. That's like somebody put a Lambo and a new Corvette next to each other. I said, I'll take the Corvette. I'm sorry, that Corvette looks devastating, dude. That thing looks nice. Like, I mean, it's not quite an exotic car, but it looks like one.
Yeah.
it looks extremely well. I mean, I'm like, when they, Corvette's a Corvette, right? So I figured when they made the new version of this Corvette, it's gonna look like a Corvette, but they made it motherfucker like a straight up, it made it look like a straight up Lambo. I mean, it looked like a fucking like Lambo on steroids, man. I'm like, damn, this looks good. But like once again, it's just the look. Don't know too much about the feel. But a Lamborghini, I mean, some Lamborghinis, man. I don't know, man. I always wanted one. I always wanted Lamborghini. I was like, well, you don't like Ferrari? Ferrari makes a good car, but Lamborghini, that's just like the car to have, you know.
I'm a super low maintenance person. I drove a Scion XD for the longest time, and it took me a long time just to get convinced to buy a new car.
The box, the one like a little box.
Yeah.
Oh, you got that?
my daughter drives that now, and I mean that motherfucker's still around, dude. That little car was a workhorse. I used to fucking take road trips all over the country in that little tiny car.
In that tiny ass car. That thing is small.
I used to take it camping. I used to take it everywhere, man. Like mountain climbing. Man, it was that car took a beating and is still around. It's over 10 years old. And I finally got convinced into buying a new car. So I went with a Jeep because I take road trips and I go on mountains and shit like that. And I love it, but it still took me a long time to get used to it because it's like, I went from spending $50 a month on gasoline to spending $200 a month on gasoline. I mean, a 34 mile per gallon vehicle to a 16 mile per gallon vehicle. Fuck that. So, I still haven't gotten used to that aspect of it, but I like right now I drive it around with the top down. I took away the top and the doors and stuff, so I got it all naked, and I mean it's nice. I love that part of it now, so I'm starting to get used to it. I've always been like, okay, my little Scion XD, my little low maintenance car drives. I never have to take it to the shop.
Yeah, it's a Nissan. I mean, I had a Nissan too, man. Them things. I mean, Nissan. Once you're on a Nissan, you got a good car. It's gonna last you about 10, 15 years. Through thick and thin, it's gonna start up. No matter how cold it is outside, that son of a bitch gonna start up. I remember I had a fucking, what was that car I had? I had a 77. I remember my first car I ever bought with my own money was a 77 Cadillac Coupe de Ville Brougham. Man. You wanted to that if it got cold, that motherfucker just looked at me and said, like, "Hey, you might as well go back in the house because I ain't moving."
I ain't moving.
Yeah, man, that car was man. When it was cold, that car never started. It never rained. When it got cold, and it was frustrating, man. Because at one time I couldn't make it to work because that car just wouldn't start. But it was a Brougham, it's a caddy, it's a Brougham, it's like, you better be lucky you a Cadillac Brougham. Because you would be going. It was nice. Owned by this old couple. I bought that car in the mid-90s. It was made in 1977, so it had some years on it, but the people who owned it were like this old couple, and they bought it off the lot brand new. Yeah. And basically, when I got it, the car was still brand new. It was brand new. They only drove it from home. That's it. It was so clean. I mean, it had peanut. The inside was peanut butter brown. The seats were leather, and there was no cracks in the leather. It was just kept in the garage. It was just immaculate shape, man. Wow. Until I got it. Until I got it. I was like, man, I was living in Nebraska at the time. I was like, man, because I was working at this nuclear power plant. Well, I was working for this company who's building towers for a nuclear power plant, and we had to build these big old huge skeleton towers. And I need a car to get around in, and I just happened to open up the paper, and it's like, you got a 77 Cadillac for like I think it was like $600. I'm like, dude, get in the car, let's go and get this motherfucker. I'm thinking I'm gonna get a bucket, right? I was like, damn. I was like, I had to act like, oh, I'm just gonna be using this to work, like I'm working on these. And it's like, oh, you're working, like, yeah, some old lady, like, yeah. Me and my buddy here, he drive me out here trying to get this car. He's like, it's only $600. I said, why you selling for $600? Oh, my husband died, and I'm going to a retirement home. I was like, oh, well, here's your $600. Thank you. Got in that car.
Oh,
took off,
wow.
Changed the mind. I got like shit. I got a Broham, dude. Clean. It's like, wait till I get back home and be like, it's like, Dr. Dre and all this shit. Had to be the fucking big ass ram shit. I was like, man, I can't wait till I get home, man. Like, I was making the money, man. I was making a lot of money. I was making like $3,000 a week.
Nice.
In the field building cars. So I said, so I started putting away. I had to put away for my tires and everything. But there's a reason why you keep those cars in the garage. Because you keep them outside and they get cold, they don't start.
Oh.
I'm like, I had to go to work. I had to like hitch a ride to work. Now this is out in the fields in Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
There ain't no trees, nothing but farmland and snow. I mean, it was no snow on the ground. Next morning I woke up, it was like a mountain of snow. I was like, where the fuck am I at? Antarctica? And I said, well, at least I got my car running. My car said, no, you don't. Say, I'm a Broham. I'm like Broham, brother. I'm like, damn you, Broham. Damn you. I had to hitch a ride on the back of somebody's truck, and it's the middle of fucking winter. But it's cold. It's cold on the back of a truck with my buddy. He's supposed to ride to work with me. He's supposed to go to work with me. And we on the back of the truck freezing our asses off. It was like 2 miles away, but man, that was the longest 2 miles we ever had to go in our whole entire lifetime, man.
Wow.
So obviously I had to get it driven across town. What Ben says? He said you can get a Lotus for $60K. Yeah, you can get a Lotus for $60K because it's the poor man. They say it's the poor man's Lamborghini. That's what I heard. I say no, $60,000 is not poor man's Lamborghini. He said Ben said he sold Nissan because they had a part storage. And I wanted heat for the winter. The Civic was about 10,000 miles, so I left work and bought it immediately. Same day I saw a listing, had to get it, drove it across town. Yeah, I mean I don't blame somebody for doing that. I've had it, man. I have a ton of cars, man. I got a ton of car stories. I was like one of the better cars that I bought that I had to get was it was an 1984. What is it? Mercury Cougar with the 5.0, with 5.0 turbocharged engine.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you want to talk about that motherfucker got up, boy. That motherfucker, boy, it's a Cougar, right? You wouldn't expect it to be like getting up against the Mustang and leaving the Mustang in the dust, right? So I pulled up to the stop. I was in Nebraska, right? And this guy pulled aside of me, little white guy, pulled aside of me. He had a Mustang. He did a 5.0. I looked at him. I was like, he don't know I got on his hood. So he's gonna be shocked when I take off. As soon as that light turned green, boo! I left his ass. He tried to catch up. I'm like, nope, gone. I left his ass. And it was. I mean, I never saw a Cougar. I didn't even know Cougars had V8s in them. I didn't know. I thought they were like sixes or something like. Cause I never thought of it as a sports car.
Right.
Nobody ever thought of it as a sports car. No, Thunderbird, maybe. But that car, nah.
Mm-hmm.
But when I bought it, the guy said it's a 5.0, and I was like, what? He said, yeah, as a matter of fact, it's turbocharged. It's like, how do you get turbocharged?
What does that mean?
Like, what the hell? But I found out, driving up to a couple some folks, dropping the side up, think I got a granny car. It looked like a granny car, And I'm blowing the asses away, and I'm like, damn, dude, what you got under the hood, man? It's a granny car, man. I'm trying to get this scene together here, because this is like one of the scenes for the animation. I'm just scoping it out for right now. Just trying to see all the characters. I think animation on one guy here, and that's this guy right there. Yeah, the Bonneville did. I love the Bonneville. I always wanted a Bonnie. Always wanted a Bonneville because of like I was like what was it, Bonneville? I forgot what it was. It was S something. What was it? S something ST. I forgot what it was. It was some special class or special number written on it that I wanted.
And yeah, those yeah, the money bills can get up pretty fast. All right, so I think he's the only one with animation on him in this whole scene. Oh, he does. He got animation on him. So, like I said, I'm just going through these. I got two versions of the same thing. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to use. Because he's going to be talking to them across from here. But it's his job. Remember that, you know. So he's going to be chewing them out. So I got scenes that I can't even get to because I haven't written the full script. I got like the basic outline that I want for the scenes. I just don't have the script for it yet. And this is one of the scenes I don't have the script for because there's a lot of shit that happens on this helicopter that I need to transfer to the script I'm writing, and I'm not there yet because I got to do this one scene that I just like I'm ready to send the lines out to. I need to find 2 more people, you know. I hit the gas to understand why. You know what? I used to, when I was younger, that's what I used to do. You know, when I had a car, and I used to hit the gas just to see if I could beat the other car next to me. And now I'm like, man, I'll be happy if I get my hands on the freaking Tesla right now. I'll take an EV. I'll take something. You know, like, man, them cars with them big ass engines and big tires, man, they cost the arm and a leg to fill. It's cheaper to catch the bus than fill one of them things up for a week. Swear to God, I mean, when I went back, shit, when was the last car I had? I think it was a Chevy, I forget, it was a Chevy truck. Okay, I think it was a F1. I think it was a 150 series truck.
Uh-huh.
And that fucker drunk gas like it was fucking, you know, high C pouches, you know.
Jesus.
Man, it big guzzled and guzzled. I mean, man, I would go broke, man. It was like, I'm tired of this shit, you know. I said, I'm just gonna catch the bus. Like, man, I was in school too, so I'm like, I'm gonna catch the bus, man. Like, fuck, I just catch the bus, you know. And then, one of my neighbors got robbed. I'm like, well, I guess I'm back in my gas guzzler again. You know. But the thing about the truck is that I had it, and what happened is, it's like I thought somebody had broken into my truck, right? So I was like, damn, somebody broke into my truck, right? Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of somebody. I'm actually thinking of humans broke inside my truck, but it wasn't humans that broke inside my truck. No one broke inside my truck. So fucking squirrels. Squirrels broke into my truck and stole some ketchup packets.
Oh no, not the ketchup packets.
They stole ketchup packets and they left like little paws, little squirrel paws all over my truck. And I got to my car, I'm like, who the fuck been in my truck? And I'm like, what the hell is it? Wait a minute. These are paws. They were like squirrels, man. And these little squirrel hair. I'm like, they was in my truck, running around in here. But it was more than one, it was 2 of them, because you see the tracks of the ketchup everywhere. You know, I had left, so I had brought some Rowleys that like half ate it, and I forgot I left it in the truck. And I got the truck and I left my window kind of cracked. It wasn't even that big, you know.
Uh-huh.
I came back out to my truck the next morning because I'm getting ready to go to school, and it looked like somebody just got in there and just like fucked up my 3 seats was all scratched up. I was like, man, one of these stupid bitches came in here and then fucked up my shit. Like when I found the hole that did, I was like, wait a second, what's that? I was like, oh, that's a squirrel. I was like, God damn it! And I knocked squirrels on this. The squirrels are so bad. They're breaking into people's cars and stealing ketchup packets. You know, I was done, man. I was fucking done after that. You know, yeah, I was done. Like, man, I got to get out of the neighborhood. The people are bad, and the squirrels are too. I got to go. Man, you try to play in a garden, and the rabbits eat your food. Playing a fucking garden. Don't just like don't do nothing in the hood, folks. Don't grow nothing. You know, because the rabbits will eat all your food, all of it. At least the rabbits in the county, like if you go in the county country, at least the rabbits have some type of like
some type of respect, right? They know,
Respect.
Like, they know they can only eat so much until they're like, okay, let's stop eating this shit because we eat too much and we're gonna start pulling out the BB gun and start shooting us. So we're gonna eat this much, leave them alone. These motherfuckers in the city, they will eat everything, right? So me and my aunt, we had like a little garden, right? We planted a little garden, and then like it was a lot that we had next to us, and she owned it, and we went up and we plowed it out and stuff, and we planted a little garden. We planted greens, we planted cabbage, turnips, all type of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like we were waiting for it. We waited, and we had fruits, right? But the shit grew out, and we said, okay, we're gonna harvest it. We're gonna go out here and we're gonna pull all this shit up, right? So the next fucking day, the day of, it's like they were listening to us and they was waiting like we were, and that shit was dug up, all of it. I'm like, damn.
Damn.
The rabbits ate everything. They ate, I mean, we had a tall ass bushel of greens, and that shit was ate all the way down to the fucking trunk. I mean, I was like, damn, that motherfucker must have had a family reunion. They just stopped off to the buffet or something. Like, damn. I mean, it's like every rabbit in the neighborhood just say, hey, y'all, look, black party. You know, it was just bad. Oh, Ben, I forgot Ben had a. That's good thinking, Alvin. Doing out the scenes like that makes the scenes first and then back. Oh, wait a minute. It's Autumn. Oh, that's Autumn. Autumn and Ben's like I'm away from the my chat, and it's like Autumn and Ben's chats are like look the same. The logo looks the same. Ben's like, yep. That's what really pissed me off, and it happened a few times. Ben says when I was driving, there was a bad grinding noise, and I know what it was. Mouse in the blower motor. Oh.
Mouse in the blower. Jesus.
Oh.
I often go out to the carport and find a cat sleeping on the Jeep because I took the top off and everything, so it's just exposed. And of course, I have a dog, so he has fun. As soon as he sees that cat, you know, there's a chase that happens.
Usually when a dog chases a squirrel, cats it's usually okay with cats, but squirrels are kind of devious because squirrels know how the streets work. So if a dog, I swear, if a dog sees a squirrel, the squirrel will let the dog chase it, but the squirrel also know if it runs a certain direction, a car is going to come eventually. So the squirrel will keep run the circle, run up a tree, and the dog will chase it, and it will actually be looking for a car to come. So as soon as that car gets
close, that's fucking devious.
That squirrel will dash out there. The squirrel knows it's going to be fast enough to miss that car. That dumbass dog, woof, woof, woof.
Oh,
you know,
damn.
Yeah, I've seen it happen not once. I've seen it happen twice. The place I used to live at.
Wow.
The squirrels are that smart. The squirrels are just too fucking smart. And they know how to kill that. You got an animal that knows how to kill other animals.
Wow.
You know? That's the thing. That's the scary thing. It actually had the sense to climb up to a tree knowing that the dog will follow it. It keeps the dog there till a car actually comes. As soon as the car comes, it's gonna. I mean, I wish I had a camera to show people this because it's happened twice in front of me. The squirrel will wait for the car to come down, run across, and time it so as soon as it makes it across the street, the dog, the dog's gonna follow it, and the dog's gonna get hit. You know, I've seen it happen. I was like, the squirrel just set that dog up to die. I'm like, wow.
It's freaking crazy.
Yeah. Time to go, Gordon Ramsay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Ben. This is something I did a long time ago. This is the animation. This is when I was gonna. This is actually Archive Infinity when I was bringing it over into Unreal Engine. I brought the character over just to see how she was gonna look. And she looked pretty good. She looks really good. So when I get the chance, I was gonna start bringing over the assets. I told everybody we'll start working on this in May. May is almost here, and I was gonna actually start bringing all this stuff over. soon, but I still got a problem with the script. So I was gonna finish off a couple more scenes, the shit I'm working on, then stop working on that, and go back to archive, work on that for a while, and try to at least get at least half of the first episode done, and then put that out in the fall. Hopefully, I can do that. But the girl I got to do the voice for Stella, she charges more. She charges more. So I'm like, damn, I'm gonna do. I mean, she's actually like a freaking arm and a leg now. So I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Just artificially clone her voice.
No, I don't want to do that. That probably get me sued.
You can't copyright a voice, at least not yet.
The AI her voice. You mean?
Yeah.
She did. I mean, with the stuff she gave me, I could probably train the AI to speak like her. But
I mean, Hollywood does it all the time. You know, they have the voice actors. You know, Speedy Gonzalez or whatever. You know, those actors have died, so they still hire other people to imitate the same voice. You know, what's the difference? You have a character, you hired her for it. Now she's more expensive, but if you can find a way to keep your character's voice the same, fuck it.
Yeah, but yeah.
But I'm not a lawyer, so don't take my legal advice. But as far as I know, they can't copyright a voice. No.
Yeah, nah, I can't copyright. I got to close Unreal Engine because it doesn't want it doesn't want to play well with everything else. Yeah, Unreal's acting like a straight up biatch. All right, there we go. I had to close that motherfucker. Yeah, Ben, that's what Ben told me. Ben said no voice actor would work with you if you do that ever again. I'm like, yeah.
Well, you won't need a voice. You won't need voices after maybe next year. So, big deal.
I got this one program called Voice AI, you know, and it's the whole thing with AI. It's how can I put this AI? It's not there. It's for us like trying to sound
very robotic.
It's too robotic and airy, you know. They need to find some way to get that airy tone out the voice. Like it sounds like air. I mean, it sounds eerie.
I've seen some demos though recently of like this Joe Rogan podcast interviewing Donald Trump. I mean, if it wasn't because the voices are monotone and they're not acting, I would swear it's their voice.
Yeah. I heard that. I heard Joe Rogan. Somebody used him, somebody used a deep fake on him and made it sound like he was trying to sell some type of hair care product or something, some type of anti-male baldness shit. I was like, damn. I was like, that's fucking funny right there.
Hey, and the copyright thing, as long as you put the word "not" in front of it, you can use whatever it is. You can create a company called Not Disney. And you can get away with it. That's the way it works. This is not Starbucks. Welcome to Not Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Like
you know what? I wonder what happened to that one chick. She called herself Better Than Pixar, and she used an iClone stuff. And
I wonder what happened with all that.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to her, man. I think she changed her name from Better Than Pixar to something else. I think she had to use her own name, but what I understand, what she was doing is just like she's a pretty good artist.
Mm-hmm.
What she was doing is that she was going and using Character Creator and making her own characters in Character Creator. I mean, using ZBrush and shit like that, shaping the characters up. She was actually making her own content off their bases.
Yeah.
And what she was doing is that she had her own she opened up her own website,
right?
And she was selling this stuff. She was actually taking the Real Illusion stuff and selling it on her own website, thus cutting Real Illusion off from.
Yeah, that must have hurt Real Illusion.
Oh, it pretty much did because it caused I guess it caused quite the stir over there in the Real Illusion forum board, where it basically I didn't know about her until somebody came into my chat and said something about her.
But dude, it's like, I mean, for one, you are licensing a product that comes with a royalty-free license for you to use that. As long as you're developing something, I mean, you're not reselling the stuff straight up as it is. If she's creating new content using your tools that she licensed, they shouldn't have shit to say. You know,
Right.
it wasn't like she was selling like the recreations of, you know, Kai or whoever it is that, you know, all those default characters that they have. Which you
Right.
might be using the base. That's what your product does. That's what you made it for. So you know you can't go around, you know, creating a product and saying you can use it in this manner or not, and then say, you know, that you actually have a royalty free license to use it, because obviously at that point you don't. And I think Reallusion was wrong in that case, ultimately to just kind of make an
Reallusion,
issue out of it.
Yeah, so Reallusion finally got in contact with her, and she did a whole video about it, and she basically said, Reallusion don't want me selling this and all this other stuff. I mean, they came to her like this. They was like, we don't want you to do that. We'd rather have you sell it in our marketplace, and we give you your share and stuff. And they was trying to, I guess they was trying to be nice to her or whatever, and try to negotiate with her, but she wasn't trying to hear it. She's like, no, this is my stuff. I mean, you gave us this stuff to do this with, and I'm doing it, and I'm selling my characters, and I put my time doing this, you know. And what Reallusion gonna do? I think Reallusion is gonna take, like, if she wants to sell that stuff in the Reallusion store, Reallusion is gonna take what, 60% of what she made.
Mm-hmm.
And also you put in all this work. Now, if they would have went to her and told her, like, okay, how about this? How about we give you like 40% or something like that? Not 40%, but like we do 50-50, or we do like 45-55 or something like that. If they did something like that.
Well,
you know,
for her, but that still doesn't change it for everybody else who is
Don't change for everybody
licensing their
else.
product and creating content. And there's gonna be some people who actually are good at what they do and developing stuff, like she might have been. And you know, it's like otherwise you're just keeping within the hobbyist realm. Okay, you modify a few little trinkets here and there and resell them. I mean, that's, I don't know, but you're limiting everybody else because of that. I can't see much. I mean, I would love it if they would come up after me with something like that, with like my G2 characters or anything like that. I don't do 3D stuff or anything like that, so I don't know if I would ever get into that. But I know for a fact that all my work is original. I've never even used their template to build derivative characters from. That's a lie. I did one time and I put it up for free. I put it up for free on their marketplace. So there's a zombie character out there that was built using one of their templates. But for the most part, you know, I don't do that, and so I don't know if they would come to me and say, "Well, your method is ours," and because at some point I'm probably gonna be coming up with some kind of solution that's gonna allow me to take these rigged characters and use them in Adobe Animate or Adobe Character Creator or somewhere place that's gonna completely cut them off, and I'm gonna continue selling them. So
I think that's what happened to her. Yeah, that's what happened to her. She completely cut them off. You're like what she has a valid so she has something very valid to say about Reallusion, right?
Yeah.
About her selling her stuff, and she feels like she don't have to give them because she took her time. She made shit. It's like a paper manufacturer coming to me and telling me, "Hey, listen, you don't own that drawing you put on our paper, right? You know, we want to cut from it. You know, that's what I have to say about it.
Right.
But then again, it's like,
yeah, but they provided the tool. They created the tool for her to do that. You don't try to take ownership of the product that she created using your tool. That's I mean, and that's the whole thing. And the license. I don't know if they've modified their because they're dubious enough that after they had that.
it.
Yeah.
They modified their license. They've made it even worse because I do believe Eve Bat told me, and a whole bunch of other people told me, like last year they modified their license to where, you know, used to be they had it up there, oh, you can freely use our characters in your games, blah blah this, and then a year later they reneged, you know, and said we need for you all to pay this extended license, and then we need for you to pay this, and then it got even really crazy when they just got rid of the content price. Just say everything's gonna be one price now. You know, so when you buy it, you're buying the rights to export it out to different programs, but you don't have the rights yet to use this inside of the game. So you have to actually pay them extra
Yeah.
to get the rights to put this shit in the game, which I think is stupid. It makes people not want to buy you shit because, for real, you should just have one straight up price. You know,
You should just have one straight up price. I agree with that.
or just have another separate site with a store, one for people who develop games and one for people who just want to do animation and use the characters, you know, in the standard way, instead of jumbling all that shit in one place, confusing people. Because I think the biggest problem is that when they did that, they didn't really separate the shit out like they should have. Like I said, they should have had a whole different area on their website that are just for game developers and not the standard regular buyer like me and some other people. You know, I think that would make a lot of sense. But, you know, because I know the Dash did it at one time. Don't know if they do it anymore. But yeah, Dash had actually made a separate store for people who want to use their content in games. I don't know if they still have it. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I know it was there at one time. So if you was a developer, you would go to this website. If you're just a regular standard customer, you would go over here. That way, shit didn't get confused. If you're on this website, expect to pay a little bit more than what's on the other website. If you're on this website, expect to pay this more. You know, so because they were kind of like in limbo with their fucking prices and shit, I guess they decided like, let's throw away this and let's just do this. And in the process, that shit got kind of screwed up because any content that you own right now, and you've actually bought, because I had this issue when I bought something from them and got the extended license, and when I tried to export it, wouldn't export it. Always kick me back to that screen. They never told me that I had to uninstall it and reinstall it, you know. But if you you can uninstall that all you want to, but if you already got that shit on the character already, you have to take that stuff off the character and then put the new stuff on, because that new stuff is still even though you own it, that stuff that's on the character before you bought the license, it's you can't export it. It's still stuck to that old shit.
Yeah.
So it's real stupid. It's real complicated. But I would do shit like make textures and all the other shit, and I have to sit back and redo the whole character, all the clothing on the character again, because of the stupid the way they do their content. And I told myself I'm never gonna buy Revolution content ever again. Like I told everybody, just go to Dash. If you need clothing for your characters, just go to Dash. Go to Dash, get your shit. You pay one price, you don't have to worry about it never ever again. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you gotta buy, if you're gonna make a game, I can't help you there. Just if you like me, you're just making films and movies, well, that's what you need to do, because the shit's too confusing and it's hard to understand. And I think they do it that way on purpose. You know, in my opinion, I think they do it on purpose. You know, in my opinion, you know, because I got tired of the bullshit. I was like, man, I'm so tired of these mofos. I'm so tired. I'm just so tired of doing this shit over and over again with them. You know. No, so I think I'm this neutral guy right here. And so that's what I do now, man. I don't even play with the clothes. I mean, I'll probably go and maybe buy a car or something like that, but the clothing is just too confusing. You know, you'll buy it and you can't export it, or you can't. Or it might not come with certain textures. It's just stupid, you know. So whenever they get around to fixing it, you know, then I'm game, you know. And then on top of that, for a while the content manager was fucked up. You couldn't use Skingen for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It was just tore up, man. It was just really bad. It was just really bad, you know. And, it made me mad because I'm like, man, I'm paying money for this shit. And I can't use some of this stuff, you know. I think I want to. We're gonna make a new character here. Yeah, Ben's correct. Set design is way cheaper than Unreal.
Mm-hmm.
It's way.
It's almost irrelevant now when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah, because Unreal. Actually, I can pull out Unreal right now. If I ever go will. But I need to make this bad guy's office, so I know I'll just put this shit in here. Yeah. I was going through it earlier and deleting like shit that I'm not gonna be fucking animating anymore. I'm gonna pull out other animations and stuff. But yeah, that's right. I can make all my sets and stuff. I mean, I got so much. I mean, look at I got a whole library of free shit that I've gotten from Unreal Engine, and you can take that stuff and you can put in other content folders in your project, and you can actually take some of those messages and kit bash them and do whatever you want to inside of Unreal Engine. That's great. I mean, I've made a lot of stuff that way, a lot of scenes that way.
I mean, they just don't. They don't get it, man. I mean, even Epic understands that model with the marketplace and stuff. Where if the people are using the marketplace and they're keeping you in business through the sales of other people's assets, and you're getting a cut out of everything, that's a lot of money already, dude. And just by giving the product away for free, all you're doing is increasing your user base so that they can spend more money on the assets in the marketplace. All it does is increase your revenue. That's what happened to Das. I mean, remember, Das was making little characters for Poser, and they were just like a little side thing. Okay, oh, you can make a Eve or whatever, for Poser, and their website grew, and they didn't have no main posing product. All they would do is create the assets and get all the other vendors to sell their assets that were compatible with Poser, and take a commission. And that model fucking works for that type of people, dude. For that type of business, it works. So and realistically, Reallusion, they make the majority of their money from the content sales. You can forget about the price of iClone and Cartoon Animator and whatever else they produce. It doesn't come close to the amount of money that they make through the sale of the stuff on the marketplace. So they could easily, stop fucking around and say, you know what, we're gonna give out iClone for free. We're gonna give out Cartoon Animator for free. We're still gonna sell the plugins through the marketplace. The little tiny enhancements, those are enhancements. They're not part of the main product. Sell them through the marketplace, but they have a huge marketplace that would open it up to all these people to just be creating shit to sell on their marketplace. It would just make them even more money, dude. And that's what Das did. Eventually, they got to the point where they outgrew Poser, and they came up with their own, Das 3D product. And it's like Poser's irrelevant to them now.
Yeah, Poser did become irrelevant to them because they, I mean, but no, not really, because Poser, but Das, not Das, but Das is a worse program to use than Poser is, believe it or not.
Yeah, but it's free compared to whatever Poser costs. So, when it comes to free, some people will gravitate towards the free product and just deal with the learning curve and the headaches. When at the end they're gonna get an equal product. That's why people use Blender over Maya. It's not that Blender is better than Maya, but it's definitely a good alternative. But it's fucking crazy ass difficult. I can't use it. I mean, I can use Maya a bit, but I can't afford Maya.
I can't. That's why I stopped using Maya. I was like, man, I can't afford Maya no more. It's like Maya and Max had to go. Only thing I kept was Motion Builder, because Motion Builder was the must. Because Motion Builder could transcend all the other programs. So I said, I'll keep this, but I'll keep this, but Maya got to go because I don't use it. I'm not I don't. Even when I had Maya in Motion Builder, I mean, in Maya in 3D Max, I did most of my modeling inside of Blender anyway. I was like, I really ain't got no use for this program. I really don't. It's costly, and it makes no sense for me to keep. So I was like, goodbye. You're the weakest link. Goodbye.
You are the weakest link.
Goodbye. Yeah, what's the reason for me to keep it? For real, I mean, I see somebody say, "Oh well, Maya's." I don't think Maya's a good program. I don't think it's the best program. I just think it's just a program that people use, and
It's super embedded into the industry to the point where, like, you know, they have invested so much money in training their staff and everything. By switching to something else, all of a sudden, you know, they might not have that kind of experience behind them. You know, the folks that they're working with, they probably don't know how to use Blender. They have to retrain everybody, and it's just easier to keep paying the ridiculous fees to have something that's been established for decades.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to see which one of these floors are going to work for my purpose. I think that might work.
What time is it?
Hey man, how long you been on today?
It says 4, almost 5 hours. I was thinking about stopping at 3 and taking a break. I might be back later on tonight. I do want to finish this character within the next couple of days. I have a couple other like paid projects lined up, but they're still at that phase too where they have to like do the approval thing, because I'm just not gonna work on something, you know, past like the front angle or the initial design, and then have the client basically later on change his mind about what the mouth should look like or this after I've drawn 300 versions of it. You know, it's
you ain't trying to hear it.
Yeah, no. So I'd rather just get everything worked out the first time and just, you know, do my best to keep everything consistent across the other angles and stuff. So those other projects are still in that phase. This one has pretty much been approved already, and since it's template based, I don't have to do too much as far as creating original stuff like for the structure. So I just want to get it out of the way. You know, maybe take another day to just like screw around with Stable Diffusion or put some work in on my own film.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yep.
I can't wait to see the ballerina guy again. That shit was off the chain, man. I was like, this dude got straight up ballerina. That's what makes like I gotta watch this dude channel more. I gotta watch this dude channel more. It's like this is shit, boy. I gotta watch this.
No, the full scene, the way it's written, man, it's fucking circus. There's like midget wrestlers and cockfighting going on and strippers and it's just all over the place, like super ghetto, you know, super ghetto town. It's like, and then of course that crazy guy dancing around like you got knocked the fuck out, you know, doing his little thing. And
I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I know what this is. All right, yeah. Oh, I think he got something. I mean, in my opinion, I think he got something.
Yeah. It's a good story, man. It's a good story. I hope I can do it justice by, you know, when I actually put it together, because the script itself, I mean, it's good. It's good. I've been offered money for it, and I refuse to sell it because they wanted to cut me out of the production process, and I'm like, no, I have to at least be part of the production team, you know, and it's like they just wanted to buy the script, you know. Mandalay Entertainment, that company that has that tiger that comes out and like walks into the screen.
Right.
I haven't seen any films from them in a long time. To be like, I haven't seen that logo in a very long time. Are they still around?
Which one?
Mandalay.
Which one we talk about?
Mandalay Entertainment.
Mandalay. That sounds familiar. That goes to show you how long it's been.
They used to have this logo where this tiger would like walk up to the screen.
Oh, the Bengal tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen anything from. Oh, I haven't seen that logo
pop
up in a while.
I think they got. I think what they like. Did MGM used to own them?
I don't know.
I think there was something to do with MGM, and I think the whole Amazon buying MGM has something to do with that company, because I think they may have gone the way of the dinosaur.
Wow. Well, they offered me a shitload of money for this script back in the day.
Oh, they did.
Oh yeah.
So, damn, you should have took it.
No, I wanted to be part of the production thing. I mean, I wrote it when I was doing acting, so I knew that, like, okay, if I'm not getting casted, I'm gonna at least fucking do something where I'm gonna cast myself. And then, a young stupid kid, different thought point. I obviously think different now. If there's somebody were to offer me money for it, I probably would sell it.
You're probably.
But then I was like, then I got older, and I was like, no, I got too much of myself invested in it. I have to at least direct it. I have to direct it myself, and then later on, it's like, no, I have to at least be part of the production crew. but it's like I would always refuse to let it go because I always wanted to just be a part of it directly, and now I don't think anybody. I haven't made it available to anybody for sale, so I don't know. But it did. I mean, I know that at some point somebody offered me a shitload of money for it, so I think I have something.
Dang, dude.
I just hope I can give it justice. I end up with a good script with like fucking shitty ass animation and.
Dang. That's messed up.
We'll see. Once I manage to put the storyboard animatic together, and you get to see it with the actual things, people will get an idea. Oh fuck, and they'll know whether it's something that they want to like help out with the Kickstarter or not. Or at least I'll know whether it's not something I want to pursue actually finishing. Fuck it. It might be like a real piece of shit and it's just all in my head. And then I'm like, okay, well, at least the animatic's done and I know what it's going to look like. And then people know what it's going to look like. And the overall thing is that it's crap. I'm going to move on to my next project.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of projects, man. But the whole thing about it is like, I'm just going to like, I know what I want to do. And that's a good thing about me working, I'm working without really nobody above me to tell me what I got to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I started doing animation. It became a freelancer,
Mm-hmm.
because I really want to make my own shit. That's why, and I don't want nobody over me,
You have to. It comes to a point where you got to decide, whether what's important and what you want to put out, because it's nice to make a living and go to a job and make a paycheck and you're gonna have a paycheck every 2 weeks to do your time, and you're not gonna have any time for yourself, but you're gonna have you have your wages, you have your salary, but then again, nobody who ever made anything of themselves did it by working for somebody else. So if you want to do something and you want to get it out there, eventually, you just gotta fucking break out, fucking bust out with the ramen noodles and just do your thing, man, and take chances.
There you go. Bust out with the ramen noodles. You got it. You got it. That's what you got to do. And you being honest, that's what you got to do. The whole thing is like when I got out of school. When I left, I didn't get out of school. I left school because it was jerking me around. When I left school, I was like, man, I got all this knowledge. What am I gonna do with it? And I was like, I need to find a way to make animation, and I need to find a way to do it by myself. I have no money, zero touch. So I got to figure out a way to make animation on my own with no money, no studio, no money, no resources. So I said, well, I was like, well, I still got Poser. I still use Poser. I was like, I'm done with Poser. Because Poser, I can't I can't do the vids to me. Like I can't have the characters talk, because it don't work. It's just garbage. And once it did work, it just looked bad. So so that's why I found iClone. When I saw Kai, I remember the video. Kai had did this demo of taking a Genesis character and importing it into iClone 5, and the character talked. He moved her head around. She looked real. Like, okay, I need to find $100. I need to find it. Boy, I finally got my hands on $100. I did this. I took on a job to do cover for a comic book.
Okay.
But Yeah, but after I got that, it was over. It was over. Like, I finally got it. Man, I was making all type of shit with it, man. It was like a honeymoon. Like I was just making all type of shit. I was taking to school, like, look, man, I just got this program and check this out. Like, you did that? Like, yeah, I did it on this program. I was like, wow. And yeah, it was a fun thing, you know. Everything was fun until I won the contest. Everything was fine and dandy, you know, until I won the contest. And so, like, then after that, it's like, what's going on?
Wow.
Why can people find me repulsive now? You know, like, what did I do? You won the contest.
You're a sellout.
You use professional tools.
How dare you be a professional and use professional tools? How dare you aspire to be something other than fucking hobbyist?
Yeah, making dance videos. You went out the norm, my friend.
How dare you, sir?
How dare you? Take him to the guillotine.
Release the hounds!
Release the hounds. Take him to the guillotine. You know, it's like everybody, you know, everybody liked my stuff. You know, until I had decided to, you know, until I decided to, you know, fucking, you know, enter contest and win, and you know. But the thing about the contest, the best thing I learned about the contest is, the best thing I learned about the contest is that it was just one guy. His name was Direct Dex. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but pretty cool guy, you know. And he shows me such respect. I mean, he showed respect. Warlord showed me a lot of respect. You know, a lot of guys who actually loved what I did, Mark Pleasant, all those guys showed me a lot of respect. You know, but it was just the hobbyists, the hobbyists that were in there. You know, like throwing like rotten tomatoes, grapes, and mother-in-laws at me. You know. Like, did you just throw your mother-in-law at me? Yeah, I did.
I almost really hate you. God dang.
Yeah, that's a lot of hate. Yeah, that's a lot of hate, man, to throw your mother-in-law at me. And I got another one, too.
That's not only my mother-in-law, that's my ex-mother-in-law. Motherfucker. That's worse.
You know, but yeah, it was all good. You know, I think Warlord told me like I don't have to apologize for winning. He said you better not apologize because you won. I'll come to this fucking internet and smack you, boy. Don't you? Okay. He's the one who told me. Yeah, he's the one who told me. Like, man, don't pay them no attention. They read the rules just like you did. If they wanted to do a fucking dance video, that was up to them.
Well, that one contest that I entered, I mean, first of all, I only entered it because I had the project lying around and they were offering a $50 coupon if you entered it. And I wanted that coupon. And so I'm like, all right, I got this shit laying around from last year. Made it Crazy Talk Animator 2. The contest was for Animator 3. And so I entered it, and it was still like fucking more advanced than anything that they've ever seen. It was like a professional trailer for like some 80s kid movie type of thing, and like they're riding bikes and flying around, like not flying around, running around, doing all sorts of shit. And it won second place. First place winner was some fucking shitty ass slideshow thing that they made. And I'm like, oh, really? I mean, not that I care too much about it, but it's like when you compare it, like, okay, I got beat by a slideshow, like something that somebody could have put together in PowerPoint, against like a fully animated actual product. At that point, I started kind of going, I think I know where these guys' priorities is. They want to, they want to showcase what you can do as a hobbyist, and yeah, you can make a slideshow.
Yeah, I mean that's my whole problem with I won't, the hobbyist stuff. The hobbyist stuff. They just want their way, man. I've learned not to get in their way. Don't get into the hobbyist way. You know, because they will come after you.
Mhm.
They will come after you with pitchforks and everything. Like, who are you to come in and change the way things are? We like to suck.
We like to suck.
We like to suck.
Yeah.
He came in here to change us.
Yeah.
We can't know what we do to change here, boy.
We don't want your kind around here, boy.
Don't want your kind around here. This is what we think of your change. You know, that's what it was, you know. How dare you? How dare you come to our pleasant place?
And disrupt.
How dare you come to our pleasant place, you upstart? Take him to the guillotines.
Yeah, so but I learned really quick. That's how I made that's how I started making I made a bunch of I made a face group. I think I made a bunch of those damn things. So Facebook group, all type of shit. You know, to say I don't need no stinking. I don't need no stinking religion fucking bird. You got to suck nuts all day, man. I'm the future. You're the past. You know, I was doing that. I did that. I had my little tirade for a while. I got past it, and it's like, you know what? I made all this shit for no apparent reason at all.
Yeah.
I made all this shit for no apparent reason at all. Like, what's it? So, it's just a different. Oh, this is a different color wall. Hey, you know what? This does look pretty good. This office here that I'm putting together.
Let me see.
This looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks nice.
Oh, yeah, it looks nice.
Inside of Unreal Engine, this looks pretty good. Maybe I should have made his office. Yeah. Oh, let me go. I'm gonna save this level.
Just build it in Unreal, export it to iClone while you're working on the animation, and
The only thing I need to export to iClone is just the chair. That's it. Just the chair. I mean, that's what I did with the news reporter girl.
oh yeah, that's really all you need, like just for the acting purposes, so you can have some place where a sense of like orientation where everything is.
Yeah. So I got the I took the script and I got everything. The next step is to I'm going to choose which character you're going to be. I'm going to send that script over to you, and then I got to find 2 other actors. But I think it's going to turn out pretty good, man. I mean, since I've been doing this, man, I've been getting a lot of support from everybody, man. Good. You know, everybody supports my work, and that's great. You know, that I support everybody who support me. You know, it's I guess it's just this thing of respect, man. You know, and I'm happy. I'm happy I got people who interested in what I like to do. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I try my best.
Yeah, that's what keeps you going. Because I mean, I don't like me. I personally also. I mean, I have no need to just kind of get on here and just stream and stuff. But you know, I have like 1 or 2 people that pop in while I'm working, and you know what? Yeah, that motivates me to actually get shit done and just okay, I did my work for today, and so yeah, that the support helps, man.
Yeah. What's it they said? Boo, I say boo.
I say boo, sir.
What's his name? Ben says, "What you can't design in Unreal." That's true. What can't you design in Unreal? So true. So what I can do now is I can actually go back. You know, that other office. That
Wait, I don't understand that statement. Is that a statement, a question, proposition? Like, because I mean, I don't know if there's a period there. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I see that. I'm going blind, man. I didn't see the exclamation point.
Exclamation point. Yeah.
But no, it still doesn't make sense because that's like really excited. So it's like it either says what you can't design in Unreal, or it could say what you can't design in Unreal. That's 2 different concepts.
I don't know. Ben, are you talking? Are you doing your Yoda thing? Yeah.
In Unreal Design, you can't.
No, you
Yeah, you can pretty much do anything in Unreal, man. It's fucking.
I thought I had it's a modular kit that I thought I installed in here, but I must not have got installed.
So like to me, it's like they always kept talking about, you know, when was the Flash killer going to arrive? The one product that was gonna kill Flash, that was gonna, you know, outdo him as far as competition, and I don't think that product ever arrived. But when you look at, you know, this what's happened with Unreal, I think Unreal has become the new Flash. You know, it's freely available to everybody. It's like almost pretty much anybody can get their hands on it and start developing it. It's like it's the same thing. You make films and you develop games with it. That's what Flash was. And
You know
people,
what?
uh-huh.
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's just a more advanced version of Flash. You know, people are creating games, making animations, making films, putting shit out there that's stupid and ridiculous on the web just because they can. Now they have this tool that they can use to do things that they couldn't do before. So now they're putting the creative outlet out there and just making ridiculously stupid games, stupid things. Every now and then you get a guy with like that takes their time, does professional work, does really stuff that stands out. But that's what Flash was too, you know? There was a lot of bullshit out there, and every now and then something stood out. And I mean, that's what that Unreal is, the new Flash, you know, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Which is yeah, you know what? I never looked at it like that. You know? I never Demon Hunter 4, Demon Hunter skills. Hold up. What's this? What's this? The selected assets is not compatible with a. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'll put in this one in. So I'm gonna take, like I said, I love. That's why I love so much about this program, is that I could take assets from anything and kit bash them. You know, awesome stuff. Oh, look at this shit here, dude. The guy who did the Blender add-on, he just put some shit out, right? Blender cloth and hair, spring bones. So oh shit, spring bones? I can add spring bones to the clothing now? Oh snap, it's on. oh wow. Look at her clothing. It's moving. And look at her hair. Her hair.
You, I think you have it on a different monitor. Can't see nothing.
Well, you see it. It's the lag.
Oh, there it is.
The lag. The hair. Look what. Damn.
And that's in Blender?
That's in Blender.
All right.
He redid the tool.
Yeah.
It's 1.58, the CC Blender tool. He redid it, and now you can add spring bones to this shit. And that's what that's what they need this shit in iClone. Look at the clothing.
Yeah.
And I think he also tweaked the the cloth simulation too. But this is all inside of Blender. Holy shit. Oh, he added Wind Force. I don't know what the hell he did, but it looks good. It looks really good. That looks amazing. Let's see, this is another. Here we go. I think this is another example. Here's another example of the Blender hairspring bones under Wind Force. Oh wow, that looks good. This is in Blender too, man. Blender, I tell you what, man. I gotta experiment with Blender.
One of these years, I'll come to the dark side and play around with it.
Here it is. I think this is it right here. He does some hairspring bones. So here's another simulation he did right here. Let me check this one out. Hit the wrong thing. Oh shit, that looks. Look at the hair.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's good enough for the girls I go out with.
Wow. So here is the actual tutorial here, 4-minute tutorial he made. So he actually added some new tools. He actually added some new stuff into the like, I gotta test this out, man. I gotta test this out. But I bet you, well, how much is my luck? You only use this inside of Blender, not iClones. It'd be cool if I could use this inside of iClone, but it's all right. But what you could do,
But the animations can be baked in, no? Like what's his name was talking about earlier.
yeah, you could do a Olympic, export for the character, clothing, and everything. I've done it before. I've done this before.
Yeah.
Do Olympic export this into Unreal with the Olympic export, and it'll play. You know, it'll play. Or you may have to mess with the textures. But yeah, you can actually whatever you simulate in here, you can actually make it into an Olympic file and send it over to Unreal Engine, and it'll actually play whatever scene you put it in. But you will have to fix up all the textures again. You know, but you know.
You know what I did once? I wanted to, I wanted to work on a 2D character thing inside of iClone, and for the hair, I mean, it was still a 3D character, but I wanted him to look 2D. And what I did for the hair is I put a piece of cloth on the head, and I ran that cloth simulation, and I just pinned that onto the head. But it wouldn't stay there, so I had to like do some weird exporting eventually and like import it back in so it would stay like a. But it was basically like long hair, but it was just a piece of cloth, and it would just flow around. And once you exported it and like or looked at it with like the flat colors and stuff like that, it looked like 2D hair.
Oh, really? So what you just take all the textures out and just make it a flat color?
It's just a flat colored cloth, and yeah, run the cloth simulation on it so it drips down over the head. And yeah, I was able to do that, and you know, it would follow the physics with the wind and everything. So that was a one-time thing. It's not like something I wanted to do like over and over, but it worked for when I needed to solve that.
Yeah. Where's the thumbnail size? I heard that thumbnail size. I got my eyes checked today, so I got my eyes checked today. I went to the eye doctor today. That's why I got out so late today. I was there since 9:00, and they checked my eyes and they told me, "Yeah, your eyes are doing good. You know, they're healthy and all that stuff." And blah 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 blah. I was like, "So why I'm wearing glasses again? Y'all gave me these glasses. I didn't ask for them."
I'm literally wearing reading glasses right now, man.
No, they gave me glasses because my ass is getting old. Yeah. When you get up in your 40s, man, you know, things don't appear like they used to appear.
Literally.
Literally, you know, so come on, man. I know I put this in here. Engine, fortune, staff, God.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what if I probably need like real glasses, because I mean, reading glasses seem to work just fine. But you just made me
Yeah, you
think.
probably need to get you some real glasses. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you probably gonna have to get you some real glasses.
Yeah.
You get some real glasses, man. I was the same way. I was like, I don't need no damn glasses, you know, until I started hitting shit. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, damn.
Maybe I need to get my eyes checked. You know, I got my eyes checked, and I need glasses. So. When I be working on my computer and shit start looking so blurry you can't work at it no more, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, you're like, yeah, I need glasses. Okay, I put it into this file, but it's not popping up the way it's supposed to pop up. So I have to wait for it. Maybe I'll open it before it was finished loading in. We'll see. Yeah, get some glasses, man. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with glasses. You know, I mean, my youth was over with when I got my first gray hair. You know, I'm like, yeah, man. I remember when I first got my first gray hair, man. I was minding my own business, getting ready to trim my little beard up, getting ready to go out. You know, and I'm like,
what the fuck is this?
I'm like, what the fuck? My life is over. You know.
Fortune staff. Got HK. Oh, this is good because this is we're illusion content folder. All right, horror forest. What's this? Mega scan, puzzle flash.
The what forest?
Horror forest? You never seen me use that before?
I've never seen no whore forest.
Oh, you talking about the horror? I'm talking about horror. You talking about
Horror.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm like-
I misheard you. I was like, I'm definitely losing my hearing too, man. Damn, I heard whore forest. Now, what the fuck are you working on?
I've been to that. I've been to that place before. I'm like, no,
What are
no,
you
no,
working?
man,
Is that that
man.
place over on Austin Street?
No, man, you got it wrong, man. It's called the horror forces. Forest, not the horror forest. Oh, well, we're talking about two different things.
That sounds like that some red light district type of bullshit.
What's this? I don't know what this is. Let's see, fracture. I don't know. It's a box. Tank fracture, debris, car, building. Okay, so what I'm looking for is not in here. Mega scans. I think this is it.
What time is it?
Probably time for us to get the fuck off.
Yeah.
Be honest with
Yeah, it's almost 3:30. I was gonna stop at 3:30. I was gonna stop at 3 and go take my break and chill out. I just kept going, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. But I'll probably be back on later on. I want to finish at least this complete angle later today. Huh?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off too, man. I've been on long enough, you know. Go and make me something to eat, you know. Find something in the kitchen and kill it and eat it. You know?
Find something and kill it. How big are the roaches over there?
Yeah, they're pretty big, man. One other day I saw one cooking a grilled cheese sandwich on my stove.
Yeah, you better cook one for me too, brother.
Yeah.
Like, hey, ain't no free food around here. He's doing that. You gotta make one for me too. Shit.
What you gonna do? I said, I got this big old Timberland on. But anyway, man, I'll scream at you later, man. You don't get on off.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later, man. You have a good one.
Bye.
All right, so I'm definitely signing off for anybody who's still watching the stream here. I'll probably be back on later, but yeah, I'm almost done with this angle. It's coming out pretty good. I'm just gonna come back and do the big bushy beard later, and after that, I mean, I still have obviously 9 angles to do. But some of these angles are mirrored, and some of these I'll be able to cannibalize the body parts. Let me see here, somewhere over here. Oh damn! I got rid of the other body parts. That's no bueno. Okay, I know how to fix it. It's no big deal. But yeah. This is where we're at right now. So I'm gonna need to do the hands because I think there's 11 hands in here for every angle. Those are gonna be easy. I'm just gonna rotoscope them using that little round thing, and that's it. I will have completed this one angle, and from here a lot of these are gonna get duplicated, so really it's just like 3 more angles, like unique angles that I have to do, which is why it's gonna be at this point maybe less than 16 hours, I would say, so left of work on this character. We'll see. I'm gonna try to speed it up. I work better when I'm not talking to other people. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll be able to like just kind of stream through this, streamline this once I come back. Talk to you guys later. Hopefully y'all got some good information out of today's stream. Let me know. Leave some comments. Let me know that people are watching.